Hey, Shalom, yo. His brother Davion. Got Kiana here too. She right here.
Shalom, Sister Kim over here. Hope y'all doing well.
And y'all probably can't even hear her, bro. She's probably talking lower than
Let me see.
But no, man. You know what I'm saying? Niggas is mad. Like, niggas is straight mad. You know what I'm saying? Niggas is talking. Dudes can talk crazy. Dudes can talk crazy on AZ. It said devices are not connected. It won't let me add you on. Right? But you know what I'm saying? Niggas is talking crazy. Niggas is talking about so-called black women. You know what I'm saying? Nigga Lex Vortex called my wife white. The nigga said we Naga people. Bro, but the nigga, he always got a different doctrine like every month. You know why? Because niggas working for them people, right? They're not going to tell you they working for them people, but they working for them people. A damn Jesuit can be from motherfucking shoe shine boy to a damn priest, pastor, nigga, physician. It could be anything. Z is still it say device is not connected, right? So when these niggas be like, how you go from Fulani to nigga a damn Naga, which is an East Indian people? You know why? Because he's not an Israelite. But let's see who in here.
And if I was white, right? If Yahweh allows me to seek him, then why does it matter? Y'all need to stop talking about people's wives. That just matters. I have no wife. Where's your wife?
Well, Lex Vortex ain't got no damn woman. You know what I'm saying? I ain't seen a nigga with no woman. You know what I'm saying? Nigga always got some weird ass doctrine. Oh, but I will say he get people out of the Torah. The niggas want to go over there to the dark side. The nigga Lex gonna send your ass straight to the grave. Hey, Shalom Jeremiah. Hold on, let me drop the joint. Shalom Jeremiah. Rando. Shalom. Shalom Sister Kenzie. Shalom Rando. But they gonna terminate Judah channel all because niggas is mad that his father is a white man. Bro, come on, bro. You niggas is mad out here, bro. We don't even want to hop on. But right, I don't know where Z went. But niggas is just talking crazy, right? And even if my wife was a white woman, which she's not, are you pregnant with an Israelite child?
Yes.
Okay then. So you know what I'm saying? Niggas is bugging. Right? Nigga just mad because his father is white. Shalom, Z.
Shalom, everybody in the chat and everything. Yeah, I know D kicked it off, but my freaking connection was going in and out, so I had to jump off my laptop and jump on here with my phone. So hope everybody doing well. And we're gonna start talking about some of this, some things that have been going around lately. I know D's already gotten into it, but a lot of these dudes are secret agents. You know what I mean? And it's one thing when you just say that. It's another thing when you show and prove where these agencies come from and stuff like that. And people may think that it's like, oh, this is hella conspiratorial and stuff. It's like, no, in all walks of life, there's already Masons. You know what I mean? There's already Shriners and Jesuits and these things. And it's like, it's important for people to understand what it is. It's not there for nothing. They've been building towards a ultimate goal for a very long time. And some of these dudes that you see on the YouTubes or these internet webs are, supporting the same team. So I'm gonna just let Davion get back to it. Shalom, everybody.
No, kind. Oh, we're gonna get into it. Hey, Shalom, Michael. But yeah, we're gonna get into it because Lex said we the Naga people. Okay, let's see where the Naga people come from or where they're native to. Right, I said native. Right, they got their own culture, they got their own language, they got their own shit, whatever they do.
You hear a lot of these damn doctrines coming out. They'll tell you that you anybody else but Israel. If you say you anyone else, they'll be okay with it. You know what I mean? You can say I'm this, I'm that, I'm this, and they're completely fine. But until we, actually take hold of our identity and have some type of power, or not saying that we're looking from power from our identity, but we're a people that's severely lacking in motivation and severely lacking in a common goal. And when we know who we are, that gives us the power to, like, act on those things. And as long as you think that you're nobody or some wayward for, some people somewhere, you know what I mean? You're not going to ultimately be in tune with what we're supposed to be doing.
Right. But Lex is a damn white man. Nigga name is Pasquale, bro. Like, nigga, I would never name my children Pasquale. Nigga name is Pasquale, bro. The nigga's a whole damn Italian. But he got the nerve to talk shit about black women and burn the Bible and you know what I'm saying, and all this dark side bullshit. Nigga, and he's surrounded by niggas who be doing witchcraft and stealing fucking his woman's underwear and burying them shits in the backyard. Like, these niggas are retarded. But look, that's cause these niggas is Jesuits and they working for them people. That's why these niggas can talk about burn the Bible and do all this bullshit. Cause these niggas work for them people. But hold on. This nigga said we Naga. This shit is retarded. Nigga, I'm Israelite. It says groups of tribes inhabiting the Naga hills of Nagaland, state in northeastern India. So, okay. First, Lex was he say he a fucking African, which Africa only refers to the northern part, which is Tunisia and Algeria. Nigga said he a Fulani, which they practice Islam. This nigga don't read the Quran. This nigga retarded. And he be doing quote unquote esoteric breakdowns on his channel. But the nigga don't believe in the Bible, but he want to burn it. You know why? Because the niggas is a Jesuit. So basically, a Jesuit can be any and every fucking thing, but they're not gonna tell you they a Jesuit. They just not gonna tell you. That's why this nigga is so fucking wishy-washy. He ain't got no damn foundation.
I was gonna say, start off with the explanation of what a Jesuit is, so the audience would know exactly what we're talking about.
Well, I mean, I was gonna say it. A Jesuit is basically like proclaiming his, you know what I'm saying, what's the word I'm looking for? His
allegiance?
Yeah, allegiance. Proclaiming his allegiance to the damn Pope. To the Pope. Who is what? He calls himself Jesus on earth. So bro, that's why a Jesuit can be. Hold on. We're gonna get into it. Hold on, let me get this first. I want to speed. Right? It said northeastern India. Now the nigga a Hindu. Like, right? Come on, bro. They include more than 20 tribes of mixed origins, varying cultures, and very different physiques and appearances. The numerous Naga languages, sometimes classified as dialects, belong to the Tibeto-Burman group of the Sino-Tibetan language family. Almost every village has its own dialect. Different groups of Nagas communicate in broken Assamese, Nagamese, or sometimes in English and Hindi. Oh, man,
I don't know no Hindi.
Bro. Like, bro, this niggas is retarded.
Hey, hold on, wait a minute. It said that they're a mixed culture of peoples, right?
Right.
Which means these same peoples, come from different places. So exactly. We're a people who aren't even necessarily like a people. They're just like various groups together.
Right.
That's not what we are. We're Israel by blood. There's some who are, like converts or sojourners, but as a whole, when you read the scripture and when you follow the curses and the blessings, you know what I mean. We don't have like a place to call our own. The Naga people, that doesn't even make sense. How we all gonna be the Naga people? When was there a great, exodus and slavery with the Naga people? That's very strange.
Bro, that's because these niggas is Jesuits, bro, and they don't believe they doctrine. So they just saying anything. Because they're not going to tell you they a Jesuit. They got to hide under something. That's why this nigga don't never know what he is. This nigga was a Fulani. Didn't know damn nothing about the Quran.
These are the same people that was telling us we're African, right? These are the same people telling us, oh, Africa this, Africa that, Nigerian this, Nigeria that. And it's like those people don't associate with us or at all even like consider us to be family. You know what I mean? We're completely different people. Naga, right. You said this is in the Indies?
Bro, Hindu. You think the niggas is Hindus?
They trying to say we from India. That's crazy. That don't even fit their previous, statements. It's like, oh, we're this week, we're that this week, we're this week. Like I said, they just want to do anything they can to get you to be anti-Israel.
Bro, what? Bro. And they Christian.
Oh
Christ. Like I
man,
said, the Pope.
exactly. And this is
Look,
actually an example onto how these certain groups have infiltrated so many peoples. Even you got peoples like the Naga peoples claiming Christianity. Why? Because the whole world is bound down to kiss the Pope. That's the whole world is kissing a pinky ring.
no, that's fact. I just want to see if anybody else is coming on. I forgot where was I? Yeah, I forgot what.
Use it the Jesuits definition.
I don't remember what tab it was. I got so many tabs open. Hold on, wait. Let me see. Here it is. Right. It said the Naga people come from Nagaland, a state in the extreme northeast of India. Right. It is believed that these hill tribes of an Indo-Mongoloid stock have migrated from other countries of Southeast Asia. There are 16 major tribes such as Angami, Ao, Shakisang, Chang, Kewungan, Konyak, Lotha, Pham, Pakari, Patri, Rengma, Sangma, Sema, Yimchunger, and Zaylan. Bro.
So it said northeast India.
Yes, bro.
So you telling me these people who migrated from places like China, Mongolia, uh, well, what else? Kazakhstan, Pakistan. Like, are you telling me these are us? I mean, like
Right.
this is us. Like, look at this. Look at this man.
Right.
Yeah, you're right. He showed us. Look. He showed us. Look. Northeast India. You know what I mean? Like,
Exactly. Look at this, though. Look at this. It says each tribe has their own language and cultural features, but this nigga don't know none of the languages. They communicate in Nagamese, which is a mixture of Assamese, Bengali, and Hindi or Hindu. Hindi also is used in Nagaland. English is the state language in Nagaland. What the hell is Hindi? Like Sanskrit? Yeah, derived from Sanskrit. Nigga, we don't speak this, bro. I can't even say nigga because he's not a nigga, bro. It says they in Nagaland, English is the state language in Nagaland. They use the Roman script, which was introduced by American missionaries. The organization of each village community differs from tribe to tribe. Most of the tribes have a democratic structure called village councils, but the Konyak tribe has a village chief called Ains over there. Man, bro, niggas is retarded, bro. Niggas is fucking dumb. Right? But they trying to get you up under the Catholic Church. Right? Hold on, let me find. Let me see. I'm trying to find where I had it up. Here it is.
oh yeah. I also I unblocked anybody who thought that they were blocked. It was only two people. There was an entire blacklist.
Oh,
Some account that don't exist anymore, and then something else that said something about Edomite grandmas.
yeah, bro, that's bugged out. Freaking retarded. Right? This is the Jesuit oath. The Jesuit extreme oath. Right? Look at this. Jesuit extreme oath of induction. As recorded in the journals of the 62D Congress, 3D session of the United States. House calendar number 397, report number, you know what I'm saying, whatever. Congressional record. Right? Right? This is what they taking allegiance to the Pope. Now is the presence of Almighty God, the blessed Virgin Mary, the blessed Saint John the Baptist, the holy apostles, Saint Peter and Paul, which they say Peter, they say Peter was like the first pope, and all the saints, sacred host of heaven, and to you, my ghostly father, the superior general of the Society of Jesus. Who's that? Who's the superior general of the Society of Jesus?
You can't make this shit out. Look at this.
No, who is it?
That's the Pope.
Exactly. The Pope, founded by Saint Ignatius, loyally, in the pontification of Paul III, and continuing to present, due by the womb of the Virgin, the matrix of God, and the rod of Jesus Christ, declare and swear that His Holiness, the Pope, is Christ's vice regent, and is the truly and only head of the Catholic and Universal Church throughout the earth, and that by the virtue of the keys of binding and loosing, given His Holiness by the Savior Jesus Christ, He hath power to depose heretical kings, princes, states, commonwealths, and governments, and they may be safely destroyed. Like, yo, these niggas is working for the Pope. Nigga, you go to church on Sunday, nigga, you worship the Pope.
Hold on, wait. Go back up real quick. I want to reread that. I want to reread that part just for the audience, real quick.
Yeah.
It says right. It says wait. Stop scrolling real quick.
Right.
It says
right here. Or you just start right here.
No.
Start from the top.
Now in the presence of the Almighty, the blessed Virgin Mary, the blessed Saint John the Baptist, the holy apostles, Saint Peter and Saint Paul, and all the saints, sacred host, of heaven, and to you, my ghostly father, the superior general of the Society of Jesus, founded by Saint Ignatius, loyally in the pontification of Paul III, and continue to the presence, due by the womb of the Virgin, the matrix of God, and the rod of Jesus Christ, declare and swear that His Holiness the Pope. Declare and swear that His Holiness the Pope. Declare and swear that His Holiness the Pope is Christ's vice regent and is the true and only head of the Catholic or Universal Church throughout the earth. The head of the Catholic or Universal Church throughout the earth.
Right, that's what Catholic means. Means universal, right? And you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Judah, and also too, look out for Judah backup channel. It's just Judah Nazareth. That's his backup channel.
Yeah, they took my man's channel down because some weirdo was upset that this information was coming out, because all these dudes are a part of this weird group that swear their oath to the Pope, who is to them Jeebus in the flesh, or just the sun in the flesh. If you want to go all the way back to Egypt, it's the same thing with Pharaoh. They worship the sun. The Pope is like a sun idol. That's it. Look at it. It is what it is. What is this that we're reading? We didn't write this up. D didn't write this up. This is where they sign their names, right? Because they have to sign their names away.
And one of the Judah had made a video when they struck him for like 2 weeks. He was talking about I think it was his first strike. I don't remember off the top of my head, but basically he was going into the theosophical what was it, the theosophical like cult group shit with Madame Blavatsky and Aleister Crowley and all them, and the what's the dude, the Owaspy Bible, the Owaspy cult and all that shit. That shit came from that. Bro, they think they all Jesuits. They working for the Pope.
Let me finish that part real quick. It says, and that by the virtue of the keys of binding, the virtue of the keys of binding and loosing given His Holiness by my Savior Jesus Christ, He hath power to dispose heretical kings, princes, states, commonwealths, governments, and they may be safely destroyed. That sentence alone, like, should get people to understand the gravity of this. Think about every government, every commonwealth, every state in the world. Think about the percentage of those that were founded or somehow influenced by Christian powers, or by powers that were instated by the Pope. Think about it. That's like 70-80% of modern nations. And that's probably a soft number, because There's billions and billions of Christians alone. But that's not their only, you know what I'm saying, way of influence. They have many different ways of establishing their power in different places. If your nation is mostly Christian or mostly Catholic or whatever, they are subscribing to the Pope directly. He's pretty much the king of the world. And a lot of these dudes running around are part of some coalition to back that power. You know what I'm saying? And that's what it is. Like, you think these places were conquered with them burning villages down, burning homes down, killing people, taking people. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then doing what? Setting up churches in those places, setting up crosses in those places, burning people because they say it's according to their will of Christ. All this stuff. The whole idea of manifest destiny was like some Christian belief. You know what I mean?
No, come, bro. They trying to get rid of the Bible too. They censoring everything. Like, even on BitChute now, like, some people videos be getting taken down and shit. It's like, damn, even on BitChute, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Like, yo, like, go over to Rumble. Like, Judah on Rumble, it's under Judah Nazareth. I'm on Rumble with Dion TK. I think Jeremiah's on Rumble too. But I'm gonna get on. Hey, Shalom, Leo. Let me get back to it real quick. What was that?
Their influence is throughout most of the world, man. Right. And just like the brother said, they're trying to get people off the internet who are speaking against it, or who's just bringing out information about it. Because it's the truth, man. I mean, this is the world we live in. You know what I mean? Like, there's no hiding it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not a secret. But seeing the logistics shows you, look, they can build governments, they can build states, they can build commonwealths and have them destroyed safely because it's all under their will and power.
Hold on, let me finish this real quick. It says, therefore, to the utmost of my power, right? This is the dude who's taking an oath. Therefore, to the utmost of my power, I will defend this doctrine and his holiness, right and custom against all usurpers of the heretical or Protestant authority, whatever, especially the Lutheran Church of Germany, Holland, Denmark, Sweden, Norway, and now pretended authority and churches of England and Scotland, and the branches of same now established in Ireland and on the continent of America elsewhere, and all adherents in regard that they may be usurped and heretical, opposing the Sacred Mother Church of Rome. Continue on. Rome. There's one part. It says, and they be working together. I'm gonna bring it out in the book. I do further declare that I will help assist and advise all or any of His Holiness agents in any place where I should be. Holiness agents, the Jesuits. These niggas is agents. Nigga, the FBI, the CIA, the Mossad, all that. Nigga, the Jesuits, the goal of the Jesuits is to infiltrate every aspect of life. From damn nigga working in the gym, nigga working in the police station, nigga working in Schnucks, nigga a grocery store, nigga fucking a gas station, and they work for the Pope. Hold on. Wait. What was that? Right? Of his Holiness agents in any place where I should be, in Switzerland, Germany, Holland, Ireland, or America, or any other kingdom or territory, I shall come to and do my utmost to extirpate the heretical Protestant and Masonic doctrines, and to destroy all their pretended powers, legal and otherwise. But funny how they work together. And the small hats. I do further promise and declare that notwithstanding I am dispensed with to assume any religion heretical, for the propagation of the mother church interest to keep secret and private all her agents' counsels from time to time as they entrust me, and not divulge directly or indirectly by word, writing, or circumstances, whatever, but to execute all that should be proposed, given in charge, or discovered unto me by you, my ghostly father, or any of his sacred order. Who's a ghostly? The Pope, or circumstances whatever, to execute all that should be proposed. You niggas working for the Pope. Hold on. Right? I do further promise and declare that I will have no opinion or will of my own or mental reservation whatever. So, yo, these niggas bugged out and doing all this wicked shit. Nigga, that's because they working for the Pope. The Pope telling them to do that shit. They working for them people. But I do further promise and declare that I will have no opinion or will of my own or any mental reservation whatever. Z, what does that mean?
That they don't have to say nothing. They don't have to ever tell you that they're a part of this. That they don't have to speak of it. They don't have to.
What will happen?
What happens if they speak about it?
Yeah,
I mean, they might kill them.
No, they will. Assassination is one of their tactics. I'm gonna show it. Even as a corpse or cadaver, perinde ac cadaver, but will unhesitatingly obey each and every command that I may receive from my superiors in the militia of the Pope and of Jesus Christ, who is what? The Pope. The Jesuits, the militia of the Pope, which is the Jesuits, and the Jesus Christ, which is the Pope. That I will go to any part of the world whithersoever I may be sent, to be frozen regions in the north jungles of India or wherever. But I ain't paid for it, so I won't let me continue it. But yo, man, these niggas is working. These niggas is everywhere. Whoa. Right, they talking about the universal church. Nigga, it says every man will come to the mountain of the temple of Yahweh. And we gonna get that too. Hold on, let me get. I wanted to get something else. Where is it? Right? Oh yeah. Right. It says throughout. Yeah, Rando, they did take that. They did take it down. You know, Lex was mad because his father's a white man. Nigga mad. Nigga name is Pasquale, bro. Nigga, that sound like a sausage. Like, bro, come on, bro. Like, nigga's a whole Italian.
Dudes be flagging.
Oh, right. It says, throughout the centuries of Rome existence, the popes have regularly claimed to be divine as the supposed successor of Peter, right? Like I said, who they claim to be the first pope. What the early church believed Peter as pope. The earliest Christians believed Jesus made Saint Peter the first pope. As the first of his unbroken succession of popes. Peter, a Jewish fisherman, was called to be a disciple of Jesus at the beginning of Jesus' ministry. The Roman Catholic Church teaches that Apostle Peter was the first pope. Yo, man, niggas is out here worshiping the Pope, bro.
They are.
Jesuits. Niggas working for them people. It says, right. It says, dear, a letter from Cardinal Giuseppe Sardo, who became Pope Pius X in 1903. I think X is 10, yeah. Dear Don Marino, Let's click on it. It says, "Dear Don Marino, I have read all." Can y'all see it? Is it small? Is it good? Y'all see it? You good?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay. Go back. Right. It says, "Dear Don Marino, I have read all the homily I have made since my coming here in Venice, and only in the sermon for the anniversary of the election of the Holy Father, I said these exact words. The Pope represents Jesus Christ himself, and therefore is a loving father." I can't even highlight it. The Pope represents Jesus Christ. So look, wait. So when IUIC say this, let me see if I can. Let me see if I
These
can.
dudes. I mean, just listen to the name IUIC.
GOCC. Like, come on, man. Like,
The letter groups.
maybe,
And by that, we all know it means Israel united in Christ.
yeah.
United in what? Who? That doesn't even go together.
Damn, I thought it was in my ops folder. I don't know where that shit.
It's a contradiction.
Well, basically, it was a. Oh wait. Oh, I think I know where it's at. Oh, wait. So when IUIC say this, hold on.
You're looking for what they.
It's right here. So when IUIC say the only one world religion that will ever work is when Christ is ruling, who are they talking about? The Pope. These niggas talking about the Pope. These niggas is Masons. These niggas is Jesuits. Vocab Malone already said he was a Jesuit. He said he was approached. He said he was approached by somebody who was a Jesuit and worked for the FBI. Oh, we're gonna go back. The Pope represents Jesus Christ himself. I don't know. Says this ancient Catholic document. I don't know what the. Hold on. Damn, man. Look, it says, but to believe that our Lord God, the Pope, the establisher of said decretal and of this, could not decree as he did decree, should be accounted heretical. Bro, you niggas, they pledging their allegiance to the Pope.
Exactly.
Hold on.
People got to understand these are plans that have been taken place and have been carried out over the course of generations and generations and generations. They've been doing the same thing for since like Rome and England.
It was this one that I had up. But oh wait, but who's the front runner? Who's the front runner of the one world religion? Is this it? Let's see if this is. Who's right? Who's the front runner? Who's that? That's the Pope. Working with. Hey, what is that? Yo, Z, what hat is that?
Let me zoom in. Kind of looks like a fez.
It is a fez. That's a fez.
Shriners.
Mason. These niggas, bro. These niggas is Jesuits. Look.
And the thing is, it's like everybody knows Masons exist. You know what I mean? Everybody knows that I'm not the only person. You see their different clubs and you see the people running around with the different items on their cars and whatnot. So it's like people are openly Masons and no one ever asks what is the point of this group. And on a surface level, they'll tell you they're just a group of guys that hangs out in the club. But in reality, it's a generational organization, not just Masons, Jesuits, obviously, who've been pretty much working in the shadows. Think about it, and how in every walk of life, there's Masons in it, from plumbing to Hollywood. You know what I'm saying? And the thing
Right.
is, their purpose is to infiltrate all walks of life in order to benefit the Pope. That's literally what we just read.
Right.
And
that's
the thing is,
that's why they call it the universal church.
and that's what I'm trying to pretty much show not the connect, but I'm pretty trying to much connect it because it's like people don't want to believe that Jesuits are walking around. But the thing is, you believe and you know that Masons are walking around. You believe and you know that Shriners are walking around. You believe and you know that this and that. You know what I'm saying? But it's like when we tell you that there are people working for the Pope, you don't want to believe it. But it's like, look, they go hand in hand.
Adolf Hitler said himself. He said that he got his ideals from the Jesuits. He implemented a lot of ideals from the Jesuits into his party. Which was what? It's called in German it's Nationalistic Socialistic, which means Nazism and socialism. But yo, man, bro, these niggas is Jesuits. Right? Document on human fraternity for world peace and living together. This is not what I wanted, but this is one of them. Right? It says, faith leads a believer to see in the other of a brother and sister to be supported love through faith of God, who has created the universe, creatures, and all human beings. Hold on, I want to get to where is it? Hold on. It's like, hold on, I don't think this is the one. Well, it's like, is it this one?
I wanted to point out somebody commented something.
Might be this one. You said what?
Somebody commented something that actually piques my interest. Shalom to the chat, everybody. Zalero said, "Hello, peeps. I will add that a lot of the early Catholic rites and rituals come from the time of Nimrod at the Tower of Babel. They have a connection to a lot of ancient Babylonian gods and goddesses. Because the truth is, when we take a look at what Christianity is and what does it come from? You know what I'm saying? It takes you all the way back to, ancient or what people consider biblical times. You know what I mean? During the times of Greece, Rome, you know what I mean? Persia, Syria, things. Basically, before that time, a lot of nations were, worshiping the sky, worshiping different forms of quote unquote what they call the elements of the world, or like quote unquote nature and whatnot. But what the Greeks did was they fused a lot of different practices from various cultures, and that's what happened. So they do take from the ancient Babylonians. Yeah, the Pope walks around with the fish hat. You know what I'm saying? Like the Dagon thing. It's like they take from different cultures and they try to amalgamate it. And that's what the whole Heathenist Krishna thing came from. Because they had so many different peoples around, and in their influence, that they didn't want the people to fight over who they worshipped anymore. So they wanted to create some type of composite deity. They incorporated, different elements of different people's beliefs into one freaking idol. So it simplified it for them. So it's kind of a system that they've been working with, you know. And the reality is, these people really do try to contact, lower life forms, try to contact spirits and things. So when they're doing rituals and whatnot, they're actually trying to like communicate with demons. Essentially, they're trying to gain some type of power from it. They're trying to weigh out some type of bargaining type thing, and it's true. It's freaky, but it is what it is. They try to do all these, like, think about it. You know what I'm saying? They got people injecting themselves with experimental experimental, you know, uh concoctions and whatnot. They got people mentally so messed up that people don't know which way to turn in life. You know what I'm saying? So these people are dealing with evil mumbo jumbo, and that's for sure. So
Oh, bro, of course. But look at this, bro. But remember too. They found, you know what I'm saying, while they was digging under the temple, they found, you know what I'm saying, they found some of our scrolls, right?
exactly,
So,
and that's what
you know what I'm saying? But
they
but I was gonna say, you know what I'm saying, the Masons also work with, with the Jesuits and the small hats. You know what I'm saying? They work together, right?
That's the thing.
So,
If I'm not mistaken,
so,
didn't they take our scrolls and try to incorporate it into their? Yeah, I mean that's what they did.
no. But that's what I'm saying. Like, into the degree. I'm about to read this real quick. It says, let me read this real quick, and then I'm gonna get back to what I was talking about. Hold on. It's right here. It's called Scottish Rite Masonry, right? It tell you in here that, okay, look, it says it is the subject of this volume to uncap the moral volcanoes slumbering under every American institution. The secret lodge undermines the college by concealing its rowdyism and sheltering its rebellion. The courthouse by its rival oaths, the legislature by corrupting and intimidating its members, and the church by its rival mock sacraments, all of which will appear proved in this volume, right? Right. So it says, the secret lodge undermines the college, right? So, bro, the Jesuits, they infiltrated. They could be teachers. They work at universities. You know what I'm saying? They do all that. They're
They're
agents.
essentially
That's their job, to spread out and try to get people to worship the Pope.
they're pretty much religious, like religious, not religious, but religious spies. You get what I'm saying?
No,
Not just
bro.
not
I'm gonna bring it out.
not just. I'm not saying just religions, but all walks of life. Like I said, like you said, in the healthcare industry, in the teaching industry, for sure. You know what I mean? These curriculums are all written up by people with the same goals in mind. You know what I mean? Uh, like they're trying to get rid of the Bible in some schools in California, but they still allow you to, they'll allow you to read Huckleberry Finn, 50 Shades of Grey in the library. You know what I mean? Like, what? When I was in high school, they had that damn book in the library, but they're trying to get rid of the Bible.
Right.
This doesn't seem like they have their. This doesn't seem like shit's in the right place. Like people got their priorities in check. Because that's ultimately what part of their goals is to blur the line between what is correct and what isn't, between holy and profane. They're trying to blur the lines between the two, and they're trying to mix the holy with the profane.
Now look at this, right? Ramsey, Chevalier Ramsey, right? Let's see. Excuse me. It says, meantime, masonry was changed. Oh no, wait. I'm missing stuff real quick. Oh, we're gonna run that back. I'm gonna start. It says, this is page. This page 20. It says, in 1649, Charles I was beheaded, and his queen and son Charles II were exiles in France, where there was then no centralized lodge power. But Charles II secretly joined both the Papists. What's the Papists? The Pope.
It's the
And the Masons, and by the aid of French Masons, who were Papists, which pledged their allegiance to the Pope. They were Jesuits, and English Masons, who were Protestants. Right, Protestants. They worked together. He regained his father's throne, was pensioned by the French king, who was then called the eldest son of the Roman Church, reigned disgracefully 25 years, and died gazing on a silver cross held before his eyes by a Roman priest named Hosen. Right. gonna skip down. It says 3 years afterwards, England was revolutionized. James, the brother of Charles, fled from his throne and people and took headquarters at Jesuit College of Claremont in Paris. This college, therefore, became a factory of higher Masonic degrees to govern English lodges and restore James and popery to the throne, as Charles II had been restored before, right? To restore popery, which is worship of the Pope, right? Hey, Shalom, Judah. Shalom. I'm gonna drop the link. You wanna hop on?
And it's something that I don't want people to get a disconnect with, because it's like most people in modern day, when they think of quote unquote religion, like if you were talking to somebody that was completely outside the sphere of influence of this, they don't think of religion as like a something that people really consider serious. You know what I mean? They think of it as like something that people just do on certain days, and it's just how people celebrate their holidays and this, that, and this. It's like it's been simplified. But what you got to understand is who you subscribe to back in the day really mattered. Nations were set up based off these principles, and other nations were destroyed based off these principles. So back in the day, what you subscribe to was your identity. Like it was part of your identity. All this stuff was taking place where these things really mattered. So it's like people in modern day won't take it so seriously because they think, oh, that's just, you know what I mean? That's just holidays and whatnot. It's like, no, these were the principles that were behind some of the most powerful people, you know what I'm saying, making choices based off their affiliations. And it tells you exactly what their affiliations are. What? They're trying to find a way to get people in power who are affiliated with the Pope.
Yeah,
and destroy anybody else who isn't.
Bro, it said they infiltrate political parties. They could be politicians, heads of state. You know, bro, anybody, and they swear their allegiance to the Pope. Literally, it said they don't think on they don't think on their own. They have no opinion about what goes on, and they just act off orders. Nigga, bro, you're just what they call a useful idiot. Stupid. Hey, Shalom, Judah. Shalom, I.
Yeah, Shalom. But yeah, man, and I had a verse here to pertain to.
My bad, I was saying Shalom. There's somebody in the chat talking about they're their own gods, coming in with that old Jesuit Freemason shit in the chat named Zelera. If you're your own god, then create a fly out of nothing. If not, sit your Jesuit ass butt down. Sorry.
Right. No. That's facts though. Because when they say like when they said that their doctrine is Lucifer, that's nothing but self worship. Because it said the rod of rulers is, you know what I'm saying? That's that self worship shit. That Freemasonic freaking.
That's that quote unquote woke stuff that they're pushing now on the younger generations. It's like a very self-centered form of belief. And honestly, just like the brother said, self-worship is a form of Satanism, like Hellenism. Because if you understand anything about man and the spirit, your lower self is like we're humans. We walk up on the earth. Your cleanest self is within you. And a lot of these people who claim self-worship, they're worshiping aspects of the body. They're not really in tune with their spirit. Like for real, a lot of these people who talk about I'm a goddess. They're talking that they have an image in their head. You know what I mean? It is true. It's like an image that they're you know what I mean, projecting. So yeah, I mean, I just wanted to say that, but I didn't even know that was in the chat till I looked at it. But it's like, nah, that's not what we believe. I did have a verse here though that talks about this topic in a way. This is Psalms 33, but I can wait until you get that out, D.
No, go ahead, bro. I'll read it up.
Basically, we all can agree that this is a plan in motion. It's written in paper. You know what I'm saying? People are pledging their allegiances with their signatures and with their lives. You know what I mean? This is something that's been going on and has been enacted by those people who, let's say, have not our best interest. You know what I mean? And yeah, I want to read this real quick. This is Psalms 33 verse 8. It says, "Fear Yahweh all the earth, be in dread of him all inhabitants of the world. For he spoke and it came to be, he commanded and it stood firm. Yahweh annuls the counsels of the nations. He thwarts the designs of peoples. The counsel of Yahweh will endure forever, the designs of his heart from generation to generation." But these dudes out here pledging their allegiance to the Pope.
Hey,
It is
hey,
what it
bro.
is.
No, that's facts, bro.
Oh, that's heck of facts. I'm surprised my channel didn't that video didn't get removed where I exposed it. I didn't expose it. It's just out there. People just don't see it. Like the person in the chat talking about, well, we are our own gods. Well, that's really funny. That's exactly what the Pope says about himself. He says he's another god on earth. So
Exactly. I just read that. Oh, we could get it again. Hold on. Let me finish this real quick. My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off. Bro. Right. This page 21. It says, meantime, masonry was changed in 1717 at the Apple Tree Tavern, London. As is well known, 4 old lodges formed the first Grand Lodge, dropping craft masonry and accepting all who would pay dues promised to fit them for heaven. The lodge above, that is to say, they set up a false religion with a despotic constitution of government and salvation by ceremonies, but omitting the Savior and the Holy Ghost. This horrible compound, now falsely called Masonry, was in operation while the sons of the fugitive James II were exiled pretenders to the English throne, living by Masonry and plotting with Jesuits in France. Right? With Jesuits. It says, there now appears on the scene the chief manufacturer of Masonry as it now exists, the ancient accepted Scottish Rite of 33 degrees. This was no other than the Chevalier Ramsay, of whom Mackey, the leading lexicographer, jurist, and historian of the lodge says, no one played a more important part in the history of Freemasonry in the 18th century than Chevalier Ramsay. He was indeed the most learned man who up to that time had taken any interest in the order. Right? It says, Ramsay was brilliant young Scottish Presbyterian, of course, familiar with the Bible, which he garbled, travestied, and corrupted to manufacture Masonic degrees. So what they do, they took the Torah and used it for wickedness. Pretty much, they would take it and just pervert it. You know what I'm saying? They use it to deceive. You know what I'm saying? Yo, for example, these niggas like Lex Vortex. This nigga will tell you, this nigga will tell people, forget, burn the Bible and do all this and do all that and do all that. And motherfuckers will go listen to him, and them niggas will be burning the Bible and doing all type of crazy shit. You know what I'm saying? So, bro, all that shit is bro.
And the thing is, we've seen dudes do that before, right? They didn't we see this before? Got a whole group of dudes to go and burn the Bible and pretty much renounce their belief in the scriptures. And then the next couple weeks, that same dude that got everybody else to burn the Bible is reading it himself, talking about, oh, we Christ this, Christ that. Haven't we seen that before? Dudes convince people to stop believing in the scriptures, and then them themselves go back to the scriptures to try to use that to manipulate more people. What does that sound like? That sounds like exactly what Davion was just reading.
Yes. And Lex Vortex, the last video, or there's one video where he's like, blah, 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 blah. Then he has esoteric Bible study. Well, wait a minute. If you don't believe in it, how the heck do you have, like, what? It sounds like a useful idiot.
That word esoteric right there kind of gives it away, because it's like manipulation. I'm just trying to convince you of some stuff that I want to convince you that this verse is talking about this when it's not. In my opinion, anytime I hear somebody say, "Oh, it's esoteric," that means that it's like it's not valid. It's just you talking. You know what I mean? I don't know. Like, people use that word like to say, "Oh, it's just me explaining my understanding," and it's like that doesn't necessarily mean what that means.
Yeah, it's like these dudes, they be saying, "Oh, I came up with my own I practice my own comedic priesthood or some shit." I don't know, man. Whatever these niggas be saying. Think I don't keep the commandments. I just do my own. You know what I'm saying? I keep the dietary laws. Bro, these niggas just doing their own thing. You know why? Because they ain't got no foundation. Because these niggas is working for the Jesuits, so they gotta say they doing something. Because they're not gonna tell you they Jesuits, so they gonna tell you they gonna tell you they motherfucking work for Google. They gonna tell you your ass that they work for a hospital. They gonna tell you they're a police officer. They work for the fire department. They gonna tell you whatever. They're not gonna tell you they a Jesuit. Hold on. Let me finish this real quick. It says in 1710, he lived 6 months in the family of the mystical Papist, the Pope, Fenelon, Archbishop of Cambrai, with whom his apostasy of Romanism became complete. He had before been, in the words of Rebold, the instrument of the Jesuits, framing Masonic degrees and plotting the restoration of the Stuarts. Like, yo, man, man. Hold on, I want to get to something else real quick. Niggas is Johnny gonna be turn off the camera.
Yes.
All right, my bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was wondering. I was like, "Yo, is Sister Kanal okay?" She was looking really uncomfortable.
I'm not okay.
Yo.
Oh man, sorry to hear that, sister.
No, it's okay. I ate too much, so I'm like stuck over here.
No.
You better go do what the Devion do. Drop the kids off. You'll feel better. I didn't do it.
Hey, I'm telling you, you can't hold it too long. Stomach start hurting. Yeah, he start getting sick. Because I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna leave that for another time. So we talking about something else.
I'm just saying the poison will stay. It's true. Poison, not poison. You know what I'm talking about. But the toxins, and you got to get that out. Yeah.
Like the what's it called? The toxic fumes and stuff. Not fumes, but the gas.
Yes. Hey, real quick, let me tell you guys this. Do y'all know that my channel came back again? And I think
Really?
Lex flagged it again.
Oh.
And look, so this time, and we put the timestamps in where he was like, "Black women are ugly," this, that, and the other. He called my wife a GOOK. He said that white people are animals, this, that, and the other, or whatever. And we timestamped it and sent it, whatever, right? And he said that I was threatening violence against people. And yeah, and we're like, what? So I think Sister Nandy and them are gonna like also come in to be like, wait a minute. Y'all wrongfully terminated this guy's channel, but he was only exposing this guy's because we don't promote racism.
Yeah.
This guy's promoting like racism, and so I think Nandy said she's gonna like help me try to get my channel back because I just did it again. I just appealed again. We're like, yo, what is going on? But you already know what it is,
Man, that's whack, bro.
That's it's like what kind of time are you on? What kind of watch do you have that you can know to flag somebody's channel as soon as it comes back up again? It's like, how do you predict that? And it's like he flags you once, you go down. You see what I mean? But how is he supposed to guess that it's back up and he flags it immediately again? That's like some sitting there on the freaking YouTube waiting for like hours.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
He was live. When I noticed it, I was like, wait a minute. She checked the email. She's like, wait a minute. She was like, it says your channel got flagged or terminated 2 hours ago when it got terminated yesterday or day before. So I was like, wait, what? So it must have come back. And then we look and Lex Vortex was live again. So he did do it again. It probably popped up and he's like, remember, he's a tech guy. So he probably knows somebody in Google. Remember, he knows how to build yeah. So he probably knows somebody like, yo, get this guy out of here. Because how you gonna take my channel down? I'm not the one preaching racism, and it's him.
That's fact. And then he was like nappy headed, bald headed, black women, and talking crazy, bro. Talking about your family. He talking about my wife. Like, bro, niggas are goofy, bro.
But he got really mad when I showed my dad because remember his whole thing is, oh, Judah's not even so-called black, blah blah blah. And then I'm like, you're right, I'm not black, but my dad is a so-called Negro, and I kept showing my father, and that made him mad because, well, whatever. Listen, I'm not whatever Lex is, that's what he is. But why he's doing all this agent stuff? I mean, we know why. We don't need to ask. But then he's like, oh, Judah hates black women. So then when I showed a picture of me and my ex-girlfriends who were so-called black, it made him angry. He had no case. So the women in the chat was getting on him, like Carla and all them and Nandy, they were there. They were getting on him. So they flagged, they're not flagged him, but he flagged my channel because he was embarrassed because it was already 700 and something views. It's already out there. So,
Yeah. And then he was like, y'all, what did he say? He was like, you Naga people, you I don't know, he said something like that. But bro, we looked up the Naga people. They talking about they from northeastern India. They speak all these different type of languages. They got their own cultures. It's a mixed multitude. It's like over 20 different mixes of Naga people. And I'm like, bro, what is this dude talking about? He ain't no damn East Indian.
I told you, dude. I don't like I said. I think people who are like agents, like real agents, have to have some form of like intelligence. He's just a useful idiot. That like he's just a useful idiot. He like who knows? Like I mean, come on, man. Like what? I'm not saying that I'm anyone or whatever, but YouTube seems to have no problem with letting Killer B and all these guys who talk crazy about people flag my channel. They don't even give me a chance to. We appeal the right way, and they still don't do it. So, the thing is like, they need to be like, especially people in America, need to be like, yo, like, start talking about Google allowing racism because this is what's going on. They're letting people call Hispanics and Latinos WETBACK. I'm not gonna say it. You know what I'm talking about. Wet.
Yeah.
Right? Calling Asians GOOKS. Black women are ugly. Blah 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 blah, and flashing guns and doing all types of crazy mess, and it's fine. But when it comes to certain, this ain't bots. There sometimes it's bots, but there's clearly people because they're not even responding. They're not even saying, well, here at this time right here, you threaten violence against blah 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 blah. They're not even responding back. They're just being very very vague. So it's kind of like, yo, man, like, so-called Asians, so-called blacks, so-called whites need to get together and be like, hey, look, this is getting crazy. Like YouTube, Google is literally promoting racism and abuse of children because now my children and other people's children are being spoken about. These old, blah blah blah, mams are babies, Asian, GOOK babies, blah 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 blah. Like, yo, you don't think they're listening to that? They're listening, but it's okay for them.
No, that's
yeah.
Oh, my bad.
The big thing is it's like you don't report somebody and the channel just gets taken down. You get what I'm saying? You, like you said, maybe you know somebody or something, but there has to be something extra going on in order for, one person to flag and then they take it seriously, because usually it takes many before somebody can, actually do something to your channel. So either these dudes are nonstop reflagging, or they know somebody who can get the word in.
Yeah. Well, we know what it is. That's what I'm saying. Like, hopefully, the sisters, Sister Nanny and them can be like, yo, hit them up, Sister Noble, all them, be like, yo, they feel offended as a so-called African-American woman that YouTube was terminating people's channels who are defending people against hate speech and racism while letting the racist and the hate speech people continue on. That this is what's going on here. Who's running this?
Right?
Exactly.
Hey, that's facts. Hey, I wanted to pull up this video. I wanted to pull up this video real quick. But also, you know what I'm saying? Hey, these Jesuits. Oh, hold on, wait. There's something else I wanted to read real quick. Hold on, it's a lot. Give me 1 second. Hold on, give me 1 second. Okay. Right. It says 3 years after this, in 1761, this August bubble of Council of Emperors, which which itself burst a few years afterward, gave Stephen Moran a small hat who cared nothing for his religion, and so was willing to adopt the Ramsey Rite of Perfection, which Masonically exalts Christ in some of the degrees, if only, like his ancestor Judas, he might sell him for silver. This mock council of emperors gave to this small hat power to establish this Ramsey Rite of Perfection in every part of the world. This small hat came to Charleston, South Carolina via San Domingo and started what is now the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite, the leading rite of the world. Right? Now it says continue on. It says I'm trying to find where it said in all. I think it was like out of all of them, it was like 13 was small hats.
I forgot which one that is. I know it's in the beginning, and I think it may be in. Oh, you have do you have volume? Is your book a whole book? Because I have 2 books.
I got 2 of them.
Okay, so I think where was it? I know it's early in the beginning. At the beginning, I remember at the very beginning in the first like. Well, oh wait, do you have the first, second, and third degree in yours? Because mine starts at the 4th only.
I think I do. Let me see.
Remember you were reading how it started in the Apple Tree Tavern in England?
Yeah.
And then he starts going into Stephen Moore in the Hat.
Yep.
Okay, so I think it might be in volume.
I think it is. I think it is around here. Hold on, let me see. I'm just gonna continue reading. It says I'm gonna start from the bottom. It says the struggle for American independence. I found it. It says after appointing a deputy inspector general for North America, completing his American work, and appointing some of the inspectors for the West Indies, Morwen disappeared from history. No one knows when he died or where he was buried. Of the first 16 deputy inspector generals appointed by Morwen, 13 were small hats. Right? From the advent of Morwen in 1762, there is a gap of some years in which Masonic history is silent and confused. And continue. It says so the struggle for American independence was then beginning, and the long war which established it took place in that period. And all Masonic writers agreed that the 25 degrees brought over by Morwen were rearranged, 8 other degrees added, and in 1801 the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite was formed, as it now stands, consisting of 33 degrees, and the first Supreme Council was opened in Charleston, South Carolina by John Mitchell and Frederick Dalcoe in 1801, which system now leads all others. Right? When it says let's get down. It says next year in 1802, this rite traveled back to Europe, and though an American invention, and though its founder Morwen had only received power to confer the 25 degrees, which were the old Ramsey Jesuit Rite of Perfection from Chevalier Ramsey, right? And though he was branded as an audacious juggler, and himself had been recalled and his patent taken away and given to Brother Martin in 1766 by the power that gave it. It says the Prince Masons in Charleston, who were at first all small hats, not satisfied with the Rite of Perfection, consisting of 25 degrees in 1801, added 8 degrees more, making in all 33 degrees, and constituted themselves the Supreme Scottish Council of America and the French possessions. John Mitchell and Frederick Dalcoe were the only members of the first Supreme Council in Charleston who were not small hats. So John Mitchell and Frederick Dalcoe were the only members who are not small hats. These facts are given by Folger, attested also by Rigon, Thory, and Clavel, right? So come on, man.
But you see how the Society of Jesuitz, the hats, and the Protestants all work together in this. Remember the guy said that at first it was the Apple Tree Tavern was, I think, Protestant, or whatever. And then somehow it was only like 1 degree or something. It was just like a drinking, blah, 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 whatever. Then Stephen Morin came in with 13 or 12 other of his, whatever. And then later on, the higher degrees, the Society of Jeebus came in. So literally that system, that organization, they all work for, what did Madam Blavatsky say? They work for the general of the Society of Jeebus.
Yep.
Yeah. So,
the Pope.
Yeah, and then when I showed that book, we start seeing these guys talking about Kemet. Well, sorry, that's who controls that. She said all of these organizations, all of them, even the black, and J. Edgar Hoover.
Yep.
People don't see the connection, but what did she say? She said even all intelligence agents, and the Jesuit thing said all intelligence agents from the Mossad to this, the FBI, to the CIA, all these guys all work in concert. So we have a thing called COINTELPRO, right, which is created by the FBI. So if there's any quote unquote so-called movement around so-called blacks, there's going to be a counterintelligence group, and we see who that is. That's the Hoteps. They really don't believe that any of the stuff they're saying. It's just to go against, like they said, if there's any black messiah, we'll create him.
Yep. That's facts. That's facts. You know what I'm saying?
Sorry, I'm just I got some stuff here.
I'll go ahead, bro. Because I'm about to pull up this other.
Okay, I think people are underestimating the power that what I'm saying, the Romans had and their influence throughout the world. I mean, some may be and some aren't, but I just wanted to pretty much not clear it up, but just provide another view on this. It says here, the popes of Rome claim both spiritual authority and worldly powers, vying with emperors or supremacy, ruling over papal states and legislating the norms of Christianity, right? And it sounds like something that people, maybe like, yeah. But it's like, no, listen to this. Ruling over papal states and legislating the norms of Christian society, whether that be nearby or very far, right? And the thing is like we keep saying pope, pope. Is like, what is a pope, right? A pope, the word pope means pontiff, right? It's a Latin word that means the pope, right? It says a pontiff in Rome antiquity, a member of the most illustrious of colleges of priests of the Roman religion, the College of Pontiffs. So the role pope comes directly from Roman society, right? It was the leading role in their College of Pontiffs, which was like there were different colleges of people that were elected in, and at the very head was the Pontiff Maximus, which was the head or the quote unquote pope, right? That comes all the way back from Rome, right? Let me see real quick.
No, Con, I forgot who it was, but it's in the video that I'm gonna show. I got like timestamps in this video, but it's different quotes of like Jesuits and people who oppose the Jesuits and people of like high office and state. Even Abraham Lincoln and got like quotes on there about the Jesuits, but it was like the Jesuits or Rome. What did it say? It was like the Jesuits is like it's like a sharp sword that reaches everywhere, and I think it was like its hill is in Rome. Basically saying like, you know what I'm saying, they infiltrate pretty much every sector of like life and try to get, you know what I'm saying, people to pledge their allegiance to the Pope or try to spread the influence of the papacy.
Here it is. It says the Pontiff Maximus was the chief high priest of the College of Pontiffs in ancient Rome. This was the most important position in the ancient Roman religion. Open only to partitions until 254 BC, when the plebeian first occupied his post. But yes, it was basically the head, the ruling, their chief priest type thing. And this is Roman culture. People may think that there's a disconnect, but no. The same rules that most of these Christians follow today is the exact legislation of the Pope. I just read it. Direct influence over papal states and legislation of the norms of Christianity. If the Pope sits down with four different leaders of different religions and he says we're gonna fuse them all, that's not a damn thing that any Christian's gonna say to stop it. Not a single thing. And that's just what it is. You know why? Because that's who you're worshiping. D don't have it up on screen now, but we just read the oath. We read part of it.
I was gonna pull it up again.
And it's not just the Pope who quote unquote assumes that idea of power. It's every little body under him working for him also make sure that is their duty to get influence and power into his hand. And it's not just about this character, the Pope. It's about, honestly, a certain small group of peoples controlling the large majority. And that's just what it's about. You know what I mean? They use it as a tool. It's not because the Pope can say, "Oh, he Jeebus." Do you think he really believes that? And if he does that matter? Because the whole point is to get you to do what they need you to do and to get you to pay. And if you don't, you die. People, for grandmas and babies and stuff, walking past the Pope, touching them, and they fainting and shit. That's fake. It's fake. There's no power in that shit. What's the difference between a pastor smacking you in your head with a wooden stick and say he's healed, and you get up and don't remember none of the process? It's no different than we seeing all these, you know what I'm saying, like these Christian TV shows and whatnot. They're Joel Osteen type dudes. You know what I mean? Like super creepy. It's just weirdos with a lot of money and influence who are working to keep people who are not normal, to the poor down. They seek to there's a verse in the Third. I just had it. Let me get it real quick.
Well, like they said, you know what I'm saying, there's not going to be another, quote unquote black messiah unless they put him in place.
That's who your Obamas are. That's who your quote unquote black leaders of today are. They're instituted by people that have nothing to do with us. Black Lives Matter ain't got nothing to do with us. It's using us.
Right.
Niggas are going crazy because they wanna feel affiliated to something that empowers them, but it honestly only gets them to dig their hole deeper.
Hey,
D just read it. We are influencing different cultures and different families of thought in order to further our progression. Which means if we can get you niggas to be stupid for a day, 2 days, 3 weeks, or whatever, that's to our benefit. Yeah. How many of us grew up, you know what I mean? And when we were at the end of graduating high school, a college sent us a letter that said, "Hey, this is a free college fund because of there's a foundation that blacks have built and it's in working order to today, and it can afford to give people college grants or whatever." We don't have these type of things set up. Why? It's because most of our people of influence are Masons. Most of our people of influence are Shriners, high-ranking Christians. They're told not to help their people. They're told not to help them. That's just like your brother said, Jesuits. Not to help their people. They're told to do what? Put everything that you do has to be in direct how shall I say benefit of the church,
the
Pope. Papal what? I just read papal states. Papal states. Go ahead, my bad.
Oh my bad.
I'm sorry. If you look in the private chat, just real quick, Davion, I gotta hop off for a second. Don't show it. Don't show it, Davion.
Oh shit, my bad. Shit, I forgot I was sharing. My bad. It's my fault.
This is terrible. Somebody got this screenshot. They be like, wait a minute, let me rewind that and get that phone out.
Oh damn.
Hey, you gotta be careful.
Shit, damn, I forgot I was sharing. Damn.
Hilarious. Yeah. Just give me a few minutes, and if you guys are still on, I'll hop back on. Just give me like a bit. It's morning time here. I didn't eat dinner, so
No, it's only 9:34 here. I'll stay on until about 10:30.
okay. I mean, just if you guys are still on, but just give me. Yeah. All right.
Hey, that's my bad.
I know I's about to start talking mad poop. All right, just give me a second.
Shalom, how will cut?
So
Hold on, my bad. I really want to get to this video, but I just wanted to show right, the humble new pope making firm push for one world religion. The new Pope Francis has only been in office for this is 2014. The new Pope Francis has only been in office for about a year and has laid much groundwork for prophesied one world religion. He has the Anglican Archbishop eating out of his hand, made nice with the Orthodox Metropolitan assured Muslims that Allah and Jehovah are one and the same, pledged a continuance romance with the small hats, and persuaded some evangelical Protestants to agree that Luther's protest is over. Remember the Protestants. Remember, the Protestants work with the Jesuits, right? And the one world religion is to worship the Pope. They're trying to get your ass to worship the Pope. That's what they're trying to do. The Pope, the Pope and the Grand Imam. Hold on, wait. Hold on.
I had this verse real quick. Can I read it?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Isaiah chapter 32, verse 7. It says, "For the miser, his implements are evil. He plans schemes to destroy the poor with words of falsehood. And when the destitute speaks justly, but a generous man plans generous acts and stands for generous acts." That's what they're doing. They seek to pretty much destroy the poor of the people. Those who ain't got none, those who ain't got influence, ain't got power, ain't got money, ain't got weapons and defense. They're trying to. The goal is to get you. You know what I mean? Like, they have all the money, they have all the influence. They want you. They want your mind. They want your soul. And that's what it is. People are giving it up without understanding what's going on.
Hey, calm, bro. Now, right. Now, look. They got this coexist shit, right? Hold on. I think I got it pulled up. This coexist where all religions can exist as one. Hold on, where is it? I'm trying to find out where it was. I know I got it up here. Hold on. What is it? Look, this shit, bro. It's Freemasonic, bro. Coexist. I know y'all seen this. I mean, it's Freemasonry.
Oh, I just said something. I literally was muted. My bad.
No. But I'm saying, I know y'all seen this. Say nothing but Freemasonry.
Are you not sharing? Are you trying to share?
Oh, I'm not sharing? Oh, damn.
No.
Oh, my bad. Hold on. Coexist. Nothing but Freemasonry.
Yep.
The level is the one symbol that distinguishes Freemasonry very differently from all other organizations and societies in the world. It has the potential to make it a world leader in advocating peace. Right? Wait. Advocating peace? Ain't that the same thing that the Pope is doing? There is no Masonic distinction or division of religion, race, wealth, title, or political persuasion. All Masons are equal in stature and operate on the level. Masons seek to share what they have in common and keep away from which that divides them. It says every lodge is an oasis of peace. every Mason a non-violent member of his community. Tolerance and non-judgmentalism are the guides the Mason uses to interact, blah, 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 right? It says, he doesn't sanction evil, but he does adopt a position of peaceful coexistence with many different paths. Thus, blah, 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 right? Well, that's a lie. Freemasonry prohibits sectarian religion and partisan politics. In other words, it wants to proselytizing within its ranks. No proselytizing within its ranks. Thus, non-sectarian religion and non-partisan politics is perfectly acceptable. So there should be no compunction to avoid issues like honesty in government, world peace, or support for schools, both private and public. Nor should Freemasonry hesitate to speak out against ethnic cleansing, racial prejudice, false imprisonment, and other violations of human rights, or blah, 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 or whatever. Right? But this shit right here, it's nothing but Freemasonry, but Jesuits, they're trying to get you guys to worship the Pope. Right? It said, peace. I'm going to go back. Document on human fraternity for world peace and living together. The Pope. The Pope. And the Imam of, what is it? Of Al-Azhar. With a Turkish fez on. Which is what? A Mason. You know what I'm saying? It says faith leads a believer to see in other brothers and sisters to be supported and loving through faith in God, who has created the universe, creatures, and all human beings in equal account of his mercy. Believers are called to express this human fraternity by safeguarding creation and the entire universe and supporting all persons, especially the poorest and those most in need. Our transcendental values served as a starting point for several meetings characterized by a friendly and fraternal atmosphere where we shared the joys, sorrows, and problems of our contemporary world. We did this by considering scientific and technical progress, therapeutic achievements, the digital era, mass media, and communications. We reflected also on the level of poverty, conflict, and suffering of so many brothers and sisters in different parts of the world. As a consequence, the arms race, social injustice, corruption, inequality, moral decline, terrorism, discrimination, extremism, and many other cases.
You know what this sounds like? Jesus Krishna. Bro, let's come together and make something so that everybody's not discriminated towards, so that everybody's not this and everybody's not that, and this. That sounds exactly like that to me. It does. Sounds like them trying to make some type of composite in order to not just grow their influence, but to quarrel any would be opposers. You get what I mean?
And then look, right. So, right, he working with, right. Remember, Albert Pike said Christianity and Islam will cancel each other out pretty much, right? Everybody will fight till mental and physical, you know what I'm saying, and moral exhaustion. Right? Exhaustion. Now, the Pope and the Grand Imam is working together. And the nigga got a damn fez on. Hold on, wait. It says, in the name of human fraternity that embraces all human beings, unites them, and renders them equal. Right? So basically, wait. In the name of God, of everything stated thus far, Al-Azhar of Al-Sharif, and the Muslims of the East and West, together with the Catholic Church and the Catholic of East and West, declare the adoption of a culture of dialogue as the path, mutual cooperation as the code of conduct, reciprocal understanding as the method and standard. So, yo, man, these is working with the Catholic, bro, and they get pledge their allegiance to the Pope, and they say they worship the same. They say they worship the same God because they both worship. They say the Virgin Mary, but that ain't nothing but the Queen of Heaven. But they worship the Pope. So hold on, I'm gonna get to this video, and I'm gonna bring out a couple of verses real quick.
I got a verse 2 right here.
Oh, go ahead, bro. I'm gonna pull this up real quick.
Psalms chapter 35. It says K 4 le. They do not, right? Ya, I'm sorry. Ya da ya de bara, which is like speak. They speak. Shalom, peace, right? So it's like for they do not speak peace, right? Yahashima, Yahashimawan, Yahashimawan. I'm sorry, Salak. Yahashabawan, which is like they devise or they calculate or they like judge or regard or esteem uh Maramawath, which is like deceit or treachery. So they speak peace, but they devise deceit or treachery, right? I'm sorry, Dabare. I'm sorry, no. Yeah, Dabare, deceitful schemes. Maramawath Dabare, deceitful schemes were all against Raga. I'm sorry, Ragadze, which is like those who live quietly. Ragadze Eratz in the land. So they speak peace. What was D just reading? They speak peace. They say, "Oh, we're doing this for the poor," and we're doing no. They speak peace, but what are they actually doing? They're devising a plan or a scheme, corrupted acts. It says business, utterances, acts, deceitful against the people who live quietly in the land. The common person. You know what I mean? All this is it's not for them. These guys these guys, these religious leaders and these delegates and these politicians and stuff, they can sit. Hold on, wait. You can have well, who was it? Uh it was Joseph Stalin, Winston Churchill, and the American president. Who was it?
You
Um
know who was Masons?
no. You can have all these, they're all sitting in the same place talking. You know what I mean? Hanging out, talking about what they're gonna do with their nations, right? I forgot who was the president at the time. It was uh, Roosevelt, Stalin, and somebody else. The American president at that time. I got his head in my face. Not his head in my face. I got his face in my mind. I got his face in my mind, but I can't. I can't. What was his name? Shoot. Um. Damn. I can just look it up. But the point that I'm getting is that you can have the Pope and then the Dalai Lama and whoever else, all these other religious leaders sitting down, talking, drinking coffee together, hanging out. They can want to agree, right? But if they can't get their followers to do what they say, that's all that matters. Them sitting down, signing stuff, doing all this only matters is if they can get their followers to complete on those behalves, right?
Hey, yo, you familiar with the word despotism or to be despotic? So
Yeah, go ahead. Tell me what it is.
well, that's how a lot of people like Jesuits and stuff. That's how they look at the Jesuit order as despotic, which means like the exercise of absolute power, especially in a cruel or oppressive way. You know what I'm saying? Right?
Mm.
A country or political system where the ruler holds absolute power. You know what I'm saying? So you know what I'm saying? They despotic how they do it. Right? That's why they work through. You know what I'm saying? They can work through. I'm telling you, bro. Like we're surrounded by Jesuits. Like literally, bro. Like you know what I'm saying? We're surrounded by them. And the crazy, they not gonna tell you that that's part of their oath. They can't tell you that they're a Jesuit. They have to deny it.
Trying to flip my camera around.
Hold on. I wanted to. Oh, did you? Oh yeah, you read the verse already. I was gonna put this up real quick. I was gonna do this fair use. Let me share it real quick.
Teddy Roosevelt, Winston Churchill, and Joseph Stalin. All right, this is a recreation of it, but these are other pictures of it, right? Them, quote unquote, delegate, sitting down talking and stuff, right? They can have, you know what I mean, a calm, collected talk. You know what I'm saying? But if their peoples aren't willing to back what they want, ultimately they have a problem. And what I'm getting at is that these higher ups can sit down and talk about how they're going to get the people that they influence to either go one way or the other way. And it's all for their benefit, right? Has nothing to do with you, right? So my point in being is that verse I just read said, "For they do not speak peace, but they devise deceitful schemes against those who live quietly in the land." That's what it is. It is what
Bro.
it is.
And you know about the basically the Spanish Inquisition.
I know bits and pieces about it. I haven't read enough on the Spanish Inquisition.
That was by they was trying to shut up like hearsay about the Catholic Church. So you know what I'm saying, it was initiated by the Catholic Church and they was killing people. You know what I'm saying, all type of crazy.
Let me go back. Let me go back real quick. Let me go back real quick.
Yeah.
On November, it says on November 27th, 1095, Pope Urban II makes perhaps the most influential speech of the Middle Ages, giving rise to the Crusades by calling all Christians in Europe to war against Muslims in order to reclaim the Holy Land with a cry of Das Volt, which is God wills, right? There, what did it say? The Masons, what did the Masons say? That they were going to get people to beat each other until they were tired of it?
Well, it said they're gonna fight until they're gonna fight until economic, physical, and mental exhaustion.
Exactly. So, Dealey, answer a question for me real quick. Most of the wars throughout history, right, and in modern history, have been fought over these principles, right?
Right, and believe it or not, the Jesuits had a hand in it.
In every one, right?
Yep.
And just like you read in the Masons thing, did Albert Pike didn't lay these instructions out, right? He knew of the instructions, right? Because the lodge and the existence of Masons belonged before his birth and death, right?
Yeah.
Pretty much they had a common goal even before, the famous quoting of it by Albert Pike. It's like basically they were all working towards this goal for a very long time, right? We have examples of the exact things that they've been planning happening all the way back in the Middle Ages, all the way up until today. Complete economic exhaustion. Think about the state of the world. The world isn't how it is just because it appeared one day. It's everything that has happened in history leading up to today makes the world what it is. All these steps, all these wars, they seem to be culminating.
Bro. But even you know what I'm saying, down to the FBI. No, not bro. Down to the Israelite camps, bro.
Exactly. Like even to the lowest, like think about it. They jumped on the train before brothers can even start getting the true word out. They jumped on the train and took control of it. You know what I mean? It's like, it's ridiculous.
Right, and that's what they do. They come in, they cause some havoc or some ruckus, right, and then they cause division, and then they slide in order to try to put an order to the chaos. But all you doing is worshiping the damn Pope. That's all you doing. That's hold on. Let me grab this real quick. Let me share my screen real quick. The video mad long, but I'm only gonna play like two.
Oh, you
Three.
good, man? I'm telling you, I got verses on top of verses when it comes to them devising schemes against the people.
Hey, calm, bro. They said they were following their self-made pit too.
Exactly, and that's what it's all culminating to. Basically, it's like, but what I'm getting at, my big idea is that.
Hold on, my bad. This was
There you go.
this was the Spanish. Let me see. What? John III of Portugal, with the permission of Pope Paul III, right, introduced a tribunal like the Spanish Inquisition against the Portuguese, right? But and then it says, but basically they was trying to silence like hearsay. So you know what I'm saying? That's all that bro. It's the same thing as the censoring shit now. It's the same thing. It's taking channels down, censoring, taking websites down. You know what I'm saying? Just, bro, certain websites can't be loaded. All type of shit, bro. Hold on, let me go back. Right. The Spanish Inquisition was a judicial institution that lasted between 1478 and 1834. Its ostensible purpose was to combat hearsay in Spain, but in practice, it resulted in consolidating power in the monarchy of the newly unified Spanish kingdom. Its brutal methods led to widespread death and suffering. Like, come on, bro.
This is crazy.
The tribunal of the Holy Office of the Inquisition, commonly known as the Spanish Inquisition, was established in 1478 by the Catholic monarchs King Ferdinand II of Aragon and Queen Elizabeth I of Castile. Oh, I ain't going to go back. Hold on.
I like it.
The Inquisition was a powerful office set up within the Catholic Church to root out and punish hearsay throughout Europe and the Americas. Beginning the 12th century and continuing for hundreds of years, the Inquisition is famous for the severity of its tortures and the persecution of small hats and Muslims.
Right? That's what it says, right?
They work together.
But the Pope's sitting down with, Jewish leaders to talk about what? Sitting down with Muslim leaders to talk about what?
You already know. What's
exactly. I'm asking a question to the audience. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
it's
yeah,
like,
no, I got you.
And it's like, think about it. It has nothing to do with them. It has everything to do with the people they influence. And if they have a common goal, then they move towards it.
Shalom,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, come on, bro. No, definitely. Shalom, Sister Kara.
Shalom to everybody in the chat. I can't see it right now. I'm on the screen.
Okay,
But
did you
are you about to play the video?
Yeah. I was gonna read this fair use real quick.
Hold on, wait. I do got this verse. If you want me to read this first.
Oh, go ahead, bro.
Psalms 83. We all know this. Okay. With cunning they scheme against your people and conspire against your cherished. Right. Let me continue. I'm doing it off the laptop right now, so bear with me. Saying, come, let us erase them as a nation. May the name of Israel be remembered no more. Right? I'm going to continue. 4, with one mind, they plot together. They form an alliance. They form an alliance against you. Right? The tents of Edom, the Ishmaelites of Moab, and the Hagarites. Continue. Gabal, Ammon, and Amalek, Philistia, with the people of Tyre. Even Assyria has joined them, lending strength to the sons of Lot. Selah. Just listen to that. You hear that verse. You hear those verses, and you think about what's happening. They form alliances. And if you go back to the old days, virtually all these nations, they were mentioned, like, that's like the whole world. That's like everybody on every side. It's not a conspiracy. It is reality. They form an alliance against us. Let the name of Israel be remembered no longer. And then they use the Bible, they use the Torah in order to deceive the people. Straight up.
Come on, bro. I read it. I read it in the Scottish Rite Freemasonry. Remember the dude said he took the Bible. He took the Bible and basically made up his own doctrine, pretty much, and manufactured Masonic degrees, right? Hold on, we're gonna get that. All right, fair use. Wanted, federal law allows citizens to reproduce, distribute, or exhibit portions of copyrighted motion pictures, videotapes, or video discs under certain circumstances without authorization of the copyright holder. This infringement of copyright is called fair use and is allowed for purposes of criticism, news reporting, teaching, and parody. I'm gonna go here. Oh, I don't even think I'll be able to hear it. I gotta stop sharing. Sure.
Shalom, everybody in chat. Peace to everybody in the chat. Yeah.
Hey, let me know if you can hear it.
Okay.
14th, 17.
I can hear it. Yes.
Okay, cool. We ain't gonna go through the whole thing. I just want a few of them.
Maybe do a full screen share.
Yeah, I got you.
Not a full. Yeah. There you go.
I don't know why I can't take this off. Hold on, wait. I just want. Let me get this dude name. Dude name 31.
The Crusades, not the Crusades. The Spanish Inquisition is directly connected to the Crusades.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I think I went too far.
Don't forget, Pontiff, Pope, Pontiff.
Oh yeah, bro.
The head ruling religious leader of Rome.
I think this might be it right here.
For the Jesuits to be feared by the Pope and so the Jesuit gen.
I was loading.
And the thing is, the first pontiff, if I'm not mistaken, they said was Alexander the Great. And the word pontiff in Latin means bridge builder. And what was Alexander the Great doing? Alexander the Freak is what a lot of people call him. He was taking over lands, conquering lands.
Oh, now all of a sudden this mug don't want to work. Hold on now.
Day was an open war against the gospel and society. The Jesuitism of the present is a slow but contagious and deadly disease which secretly insinuates itself. It is a poison taken under the name of medicine.
Another word for medicine, witchcraft.
G. B. Nicolini, Italian ex-Catholic, in 1854 published the finest Italian history of the Jesuits in existence. Take the Jesuit for what he ought or appears to be, and you commit the greatest of blunders. Draw the character after what the Jesuit seems to be in London, you will not recognize your portrait in the Jesuit of Rome.
Basically saying these niggas is everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Bro, these niggas is they're everywhere.
The Jesuit is the man of circumstances. Despotic in Spain, constitutional in England, republican in Paraguay, bigot in Rome, idolater in India. He shall assume and act out in his own person, with admirable flexibility, all those different features by which men are usually to be distinguished from each other.
Right? So, yo, man. Yo, these niggas don't, bro, these niggas not gonna tell you they Jesuits. They gonna tell you they everything else other than a Jesuit. Because they pledging their allegiance to the Pope. That's in their oath not to say they a Jesuit. But look, hold on. We gonna run it back. Right? He said, take the Jesuit for what he ought or appears to be, and you commit the greatest of blunders. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, basically saying, like if you depict them this way, you know what I'm saying? He completely something different. Like, these niggas that be talking about, oh, we from Africa and this and this. Oh, I made up my own, you know what I'm saying? I practice my own way. Or this, yo, man, these niggas is, they're pledging their allegiance to the Pope. Because they don't believe none of the doctrines that you know what I'm saying, that they be putting out to the people. They don't believe none of that.
Recognize your portrait in the Jesuit of Rome. The Jesuit is the man of circumstances. Despotic in Spain, constitutional in England, republican in Paraguay, bigot in Rome, idolater in India. He shall assume and act out in his own person, with admirable flexibility, all those different features by which men are usually to be distinguished from each other. He will accompany the gay women of the world to the theater and will share in the excesses of the debauchee. With solemn countenance he will take his place by the side of the religious man at church, and he will revel in the tavern with the glutton and the sot. He dresses in all garbs, speaks all languages, knows all customs, is present everywhere, though nowhere recognized, and all this, it should seem, O monstrous blasphemy, for the greater glory of God.
For who? They're talking about the Pope. They're talking about the Pope. Hold on. We don't get home. We don't get no. Let me see this one done.
Ad majorum Dei gloriam. The members of the society are divided into 4 classes: the professed, coadjutors, scholars, and novices. There is also a secret 5th class known only to the general and a few faithful Jesuits, which perhaps more than any other contributes to the dreaded and mysterious power of the order. It is composed of laymen of all ranks, from the minister to the humble shoe boy.
Yo, man. Yo, bro. These IUIC cats, you know what I'm saying? These niggas, GOCC, nigga, all these niggas, talking about Christ, they talking about the Pope.
These are affiliated to the society, but not
The society of what? The society of Jesus.
bound by any vows. They are persons who will make themselves useful. They act as the spies of the order and serve
Useful idiots.
often unwittingly as the tools and accomplices in dark and mysterious crimes. The Jesuit Father Francis Pellico candidly confesses that the many illustrious friends of the society remain occult and obliged to be silent. There is no record in history of an association whose organization has stood for 300 years unchanged and unaltered by all the assaults of men and time, and which has exercised such an immense
But he's talking about from that guy's time.
influence over the destinies
Who wrote that?
of mankind. The ends justify the means is his
Rome is still in power today. Like, bro, Britain came from Rome. America came from Britain.
Not just America. You got
You said what?
You got Australia, you got Canada, you got most of the world ruling nations.
Facts.
come directly from Roman England. Roman England was founded on Roman England was founded on Roman beliefs. You know what I mean?
Right.
The Pope literally means pontiff.
What was George Washington?
He was supposed to be like
Oh, he was a Mason.
Mason. But
Yeah,
I thought you meant like what was people was
they
basically
worship him
supposed
as a
to be
god.
like something people was worshiping. Yeah.
Yeah, they worship him as a god.
Yeah. The word imperialism comes from emperor. Like Roman emperors. I know they're not the only emperors. But the idea of imperialism is to go beyond your country's borders and to take up other lands. You know what I mean? Because of your influence. Yeah, you know what I mean? I'm not saying they're not the ones who started running around taking people's land. But what I'm getting at is that this is one of their key values is to infiltrate and dominate. Infiltrate, overtake, dominate. That's what it is. You know what I mean? Like here, real quick. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stop you.
No, you good. Hold on, let me play this real quick.
Okay.
After exerting their tyranny for upwards of 200 years, at length became so world domination with greater certainty of success. Appeared. The old Roman Senate itself did not lay schemes for world domination with greater certainty of success. André-Marie Jean-Jacques Dupin, 1783 to 1865, a French statesman. The Jesuits are a naked sword whose hilt is at Rome, but its blade is everywhere.
That's the dude I was talking about, right? It's from Rome.
Invisible until its stroke is felt. Samuel Morse, 1791 to 1872, American inventor of the telegraph. They are Jesuits. This society of men, after exerting their tyranny for upwards of 200 years, at length became so formidable to the world, threatening the entire subversion of all social order, that even the Pope, whose devoted subjects they are,
The Jesuits, devoted to the Pope,
and must be, by the vow of their society,
the oath,
was compelled to dissolve them. They had not been suppressed, however, for 50 years before the waning influence of popery and despotism required their useful labors to resist the light of democratic liberty, and the Pope, Pius VII, simultaneously with the formation of the Holy Alliance, revived the order of the Jesuits in all their houri. From their vow of unqualified submission to the sovereign pontiff, they have been appropriately called the Pope's bodyguard.
Wait. The solemn what?
the sovereign pontiff.
The sovereign what?
Pontiff. The Pope, bro.
And the pontiff was elected to people they used to call them the holder of times in Rome, because they dictated when certain holidays were, when certain days were, the days of the week, the calendar. The Pope changed your worship day to Sunday, and you follow it. You follow it right now to this day.
They do. They worship the Pope.
The sovereign pontiff.
All these niggas talking about Christ, they talking about the Pope.
Rome, nigga. Rome. Sorry, I didn't mean to pop off there, but it's Rome. Rome's religious leader. And I ain't talking to you, D. And I'm talking to the audience. No, you know what I mean? But it's like, it's Rome, dude. That's what it is. And these dudes want to flip flop and argue and this, that, and this. It's like, no, you're paying your allegiance to these powers that be that have been for a very long time. And why do you see these weirdos popping up, flagging people's channels that got something to say against it? It's because they are influenced by it. the sovereign pontiff. These niggas infiltrate everywhere. Masons, Shriners,
Yeah, bro.
all these people.
Hold on. Let me play this other one.
Peace with Rome is the motto of reason as well as of religion. Richard W. Thompson, 1809 to 1900, Secretary of the Navy, United States of America. The Jesuits are the deadly enemies of civil and religious liberty. The Jesuit general occupies the place of God.
Who's the Jesuit general?
The Pope, the pontiff.
Exactly.
And must be obeyed, howsoever the peace and welfare of the multitude may be imperiled or the nations be convulsed from center to circumference. The Society of Jesuits must obtain the mastery, even if general anarchy shall prevail, or all the world besides be covered with the fragments of a universal wreck. The sovereigns of the Holy Alliance had massed large armies and soon entered into a pledge to devote them to the suppression of all uprisings of the people in favor of free government. And he, Pius VII, desired to devote the Jesuits, supported by his pontifical power, to the accomplishment of that end. He knew how faithfully they would apply themselves to that work, and hence he counseled them in his decree of restoration to strictly observe the useful advices and salutary counsels whereby Loyola had made absolution the cornerstone of the society.
Ignatius Loyola is the inventor of the Society of Jesus, right? Now it said, we gonna go back to the, you know, so we almost done. It ain't gonna be too much longer. Right down here, what did it say? I do further promise and declare that I have no opinion or will of my own, or any mental reservation whatever, even a corpse or cadaver, but will unhesitatingly obey each and every command that I may receive from my superiors in the militia of the Pope and of Jesus Geist, the Pope. Like, come on, bro.
Bingo.
You know what I'm saying? It was one. Well, basically, they was trying to say that Rome is gonna spread everywhere, and you know what I'm saying, it's gonna be the new. Nah, man.
No, for real.
It said every man will come to the mountain of the temple of Yahweh. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying?
And that's what the Most High said. They conspired, just like I read that verse in Psalms 83. They all conspired together with one head. I want to read a definition real quick. This is a definition of imperialism, right? Imperialism is the state policy practicing or advocacy of extending power and dominion, right? Especially by direct territorial acquisition or by gaining political and economic control over other areas, often through employing hard power, but also soft power. So what is soft power and what's hard power? Soft power in politics, soft power is the ability to co-opt rather than coerce. In other words, soft power involves shaping the preferences of others through appeal and attraction. A defining feature of soft power is that it is not coercive. The currency of soft power includes culture, political values, and foreign policies. Right? Basically, they're gonna do this through hard power or through soft power. Either they're gonna roll over you with their tanks and their horses and their troops, or they're gonna coerce. They're gonna coerce you by using non-coercive tactics. You get what I'm saying? It's exactly what they're doing to spread their influence. Either they're gonna come into your country and you gonna worship Jeebus coercively, or they're gonna roll over you and make you do it. Imperialism, popery.
Am I still
You sure?
Yeah, look at this. Hoover issued another directive: prevent the rise of a Messiah, right, who could unify and electrify the militant black nationalist movement, right? But prevent the rise of a black Messiah. Bro, come on now.
Yep. So what we got now, huh? We got these camps running around. We got these influential speakers that are directly opposed to us, speaking all about us and this, that, and this. You got these wayward people in bed with other people in these different organizations to try to get it off the rails or to try to get them to have the same values. What we're seeing is coercion on every scale. You know what I mean? They're trying to prevent niggas from waking up.
Yeah, bro.
Simple. Like it just said. Prevent the rise of a black messiah. That's a bunch of like they put it in they put it in that type of lingo because it's like that's like fantastical. In reality, they trying to keep you from learning. They're trying to keep you from when they say black messiah. You know, some people gonna think they're like, oh, they trying to stop black Jeebus from waking up. Nah, it's you. It's you. It's
Right.
you. It's to stop you from looking down, looking up, looking to left and right, and realizing what the fuck's going on. It's to keep you from reading. It's to keep you down. A black messiah does not mean Jeebus. D, you know a lot of people heard that and thought, oh, they're trying to prevent Jeebus. They're trying to prevent black Jeebus. No, that's not what it is. They're trying to keep brothers like me and D from speaking about this shit. They're trying to keep brothers like Judah, brothers like Jeremiah's, brothers like, et cetera, et cetera. They're trying to keep brothers who are opposed to that way of thinking from speaking out. The word Messiah, Mashiach, means he who reflects or meditates on the Torah.
Right.
They're trying to keep you from reading. They're trying to destroy the Bible because they realize, oh, we can control people with the Torah, we control people with the scripture, but ultimately they still got the scripture in their hands. So all it takes is for them to actually get a brain of their own and read, and we might be in trouble. So you know what? Let's develop a religion that isn't backed by this scripture. Let's get rid of this and let's make sure they continue on the idol worship. That's what they're doing. Right? You think you an atheist, right? But you sitting around watching Bill Nye and this, that, and this. People who will tell you themselves that they're part of this or they're part of that. You think you're an atheist, you sitting down watching you sitting down doing your homework in class, and then they say stand up and say the Pledge of Allegiance. You stand your bitch ass up and you say the Pledge of Allegiance. That's what happens. Oh, I'm an atheist. Oh, I pledge allegiance. Shut the fuck up. Because you don't know shit. You don't know shit. People walking around today think everything is it's just they people walking around thinking that life is something that they project into reality. But that's not what it is.
Hey, come,
it's
bro.
just not. It's not. I'm sorry. I'm just going off.
No, you good. Hold on. Let me finish these couples out.
Orestes Augustus Brownson, 1803 to 1876. New England intellectual and activist, preacher, labor organizer, and noted Catholic convert and writer. Undoubtedly, it is the intention of the Pope to possess this country, America. In this intention, he is aided by the Jesuits and all the Catholic prelates and priests. If the Catholic Church becomes predominant here, Protestants will all be exterminated.
Well, we already showed you that they work together. Well, I mean, hey, bro. I mean, that, bro, they put out there. Oh, it's like, well, oh. And they try to flag Judah for hate speech. How is it hate speech? It's on the internet. People be doing research on it. How is that hate speech? Oh.
What they meant to say is it's against us speech.
Right. Right. That's why you can't say nothing about the small hats.
1809 to 1865, 16th President of the United States of America. This war, the American Civil War, 1860 to 1865, would never have been possible without the sinister influence of the Jesuits. We owe it to Popery that we now see our land reddened with the blood of her noblest sons. Though there were great differences of opinion between the South and North on the question of slavery, neither Jeff Davis nor any one of the leading men of the Confederacy would have dared to attack the North had they not relied on the promise of the Jesuits that under the mask of democracy, the money and the arms of the Roman Catholics, even the arms of France, were at their disposal if they would attack us.
Is it under the mask of democracy? Well, it's
Exactly.
funny. It's funny.
Exactly.
Nothing but communism, bruh. They're trying to get your ass to worship the Pope. Hold on. It was one. It was like use the Jesuits if you want to destroy a country.
It's crazy how this all ties together, and it's still gonna fly over some people's heads.
Yeah, bro.
Because, like I said, people are in a very modern way of thinking, and they think "quote unquote" religion is just something that people do on certain days. It's just it's a holiday thing, or it's they don't eat this, they don't eat that. But like I said, they don't realize that everything we have today was built off the foundations of people in power who had influence,
Oh, here it is.
influences, and their influences were their "quote unquote" religions. They were trying to work for each other and to gain the same common goal.
Yeah, bro. Hold on. I'm almost done. But
Or I should say accomplished.
1612 to 1694. Do you wish to excite troubles, to provoke revolution, to produce the total ruin of your country? Call in the Jesuits and build magnificent colleges for these hot-headed religionists. Suffer those audacious priests in their dictatorial and dogmatic tone to decide on affairs of state.
well, there you go. Yeah, the downfall of Babylon.
They're done for. They've been. I mean, man, come on now. This has been building to a head. They've been working on this since what? Pontiffs. That's Rome, man. That's Rome. That's
Right.
a long time ago. How long have they had to run across the breadth of the world and to cause havoc and mayhem? So much to the point where now they control everything, and they're trying to infiltrate the small guys, like people like me and D, everyday people. We will have to worry about Masons and all these weirdos coming into our chats, trying to interfere with the message we trying to get out. And it's like, man, who are we? With this, this is like the lowest level. You go from influencing countries to spying on individual, and it's like, yo, when is enough is enough. It's like you've accomplished damn near everything. But the Most High is not gonna let it be fulfilled. And even if He allows it to be fulfilled, it won't be for long. It just won't. Because it's been way too long. This fuckery's been going on. How many people have died because of this? How many people have been brainwashed, influenced because of this? They say what? They don't care what nations they got to destroy. They don't care what people's got to die. They don't care what has to be lost. All they care about is furthering the plans of the Roman Church and its leader.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it says. That they don't. They literally don't give a damn what has to be done. So they would never relinquish their working with the Jesuit order.
And it said they just act off orders. They don't think on their own. They just do. That's in the oath. They don't question nothing. They just go along whatever. You know what I'm saying? They into all type of debauchery and all type of foolishness. You know what I'm saying? Hey, bro.
And what is it? What do Masons? What is it? What do Masons say? They say, "Hey, anybody can join any religion, any culture, this, that, this. They can join. It don't matter." Why? Because it's the same thing. It's the same thing. They don't care. It's all about keeping the influence of the Pope. Sorry.
Hey, facts, bro. You know what I'm saying? I want to read just a couple verses real quick. This Isaiah 2 verse 1 says the prophecy of Isaiah son of Amos saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem. It will happen in the end of days. The mountain of the temple of Yahweh will be firmly established as the head of the mountain, and it will be exalted above the hills, and all the nations will stream to it. Right? So, right, mountain also means like conception, horror, or like conception, but it's also like the top of governments, like the head, the top. It says many people will go and say, "Come, let us go up to the mountain of Yahweh, to the temple of the God of Jacob, and he will teach us of his ways, and we will walk in his paths. For from Zion will the Torah come forth, and the word of Yahweh from Jerusalem. He will judge among the nations and will settle the arguments of many people. They will beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Nations will not lift sword against nation, and they will no longer study warfare." You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Exactly.
Not the universal church, the Catholic Church. Nah, man.
Nope. And for anybody who's on the fence, thinking about like this, that, and this, it's like, well, how do we know this is true? It was like, well, this hasn't happened yet. All the peoples everywhere are doing what? They pledging their allegiance to the Pope. You know what I'm saying? Truth will be, you know what I'm saying, lifted on high and exalted when the word of the Tharwa comes out. And when everybody respects the Torah as the word of God. And that's just what it is, man. That hasn't happened yet. The Torah can say keep the Shabbat on the 7th day. The Pope can say everybody worship on Sunday, and people gonna do what the Pope say. That's just is what it is. We're in a place and time where these nations are ruling and its peoples with the power. But as soon as that ends, and the world is enlightened, then nations will stream to Jerusalem to hear the word of God. That's what the truth is. People gonna get tired of man's speech. People gonna get tired of the doctrine and dogma. People gonna get tired of it. You know what I mean? And the Most High is too.
Man, people are already getting tired of it, bro. Like, bro, they got drag queen shows at school. People, you know what I'm saying? People protesting about that. You know what I'm saying? They've been going off on the school board with shit. They got fucking excuse my language. They got like after school Satan time, and like bro, it's just going down in the toilet.
No. Smoke and mirrors. Eventually, the glass gonna come down, man.
Hey, yeah, bro. You know what I'm saying? And look, the banks collapsing. Hey, I don't know if y'all know this, but it's like one of their operations. It's called Agenda 2030. Right? Oh, you see all these derailments and all these toxic chemicals in places that people like gotta move away from. If they stay there, they got health problems, develop cancer, and you know what I'm saying, all type of like gene mutations or whatever. So look, they have the right to seize polluted land. right? So they can buy that. Well, they can just take it. Everybody leave, or they buy it out, and then because they said they want to use Ohio for like the first 15-minute city or 15-minute smart city.
And what just happened in Ohio?
The derailment.
Exactly. And that's
It
like,
was,
and if you think about it, derailment is kind of like that word itself, derailment. It's kind of suggestive. You know what I mean? In the first place.
There's been a few now. Again, there's like been a few more in Ohio. It's really weird.
Yep.
Well, you know, it's
Yep.
not weird. You know what it is.
Oh, that's facts. It was when it happened in Florida. It was in Florida. It was like a building exploded in New York, and smoke was just rising into the air. You know what I'm saying? Yo, man, shit crazy.
Well, at least we understand now why. You know, like you know, I mean, come. I don't want to say this to former president. Well, Donald Duck.
Oh yeah.
Right. I don't, you know, you can't say, remember, we're being socially engineered, so we can't even say certain words, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so, but just to not get a strike on your channel, let's say, Donald the Eagle, when the former pres gets, deplatformed and censored, then whatever, we're little people. So these guys, you know, and I think, I'm not sure if it was you, Devion, but somebody was showing how, like, in like ancient Rome and wherever too, like, these were like telltale signs of a civilization is going down. Mass corruption, you know, censorship, all sorts of foolish stuff like you know, they sabotaging their own things, and this is the same thing that's happening now. And what's crazy is they think that by accelerating it, that they can control it and then bring it back into what they, you know, what they're trying to do, their new world thinking, whatever. Right, so they, you know, and they don't realize the Most High was like, yeah, well, it's not coming back. Once it goes down, it's staying down. But they one thing I watch a lot of Alexander, if you know who I'm talking about. Alexander Jones Smith.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
So, and he was like, yeah, you know, these people, they don't read the Bible, they don't read the scriptures. They're involved in what you know, what the subject is. That's what they're focused on. That's why they don't ask no questions. They don't, or whatever. So they don't know what time it is. To them, this is just as like 50 years ago, like when people, you know, they remember they're living good. So they're like, well, life is bad for you guys, but not for us. But they don't realize that, like, well, you guys are on top, and there ain't nowhere else to go on top but down.
The bottom.
Exactly.
That's facts. Man. Cause yeah, man. Cause they already talking about their CBDC. Here it was like 2 or 3 banks collapsed. Here it was in Silicon Valley. It was Signature Bank, and it was another one that collapsed.
Yeah, I think it's in Lebanon or Syria, somewhere in the Middle East. There's like a one, and then I know.
Oh yeah, over there too.
Yeah.
It had happened a while ago in China too, because China put tanks in front of their banks because people was mad they couldn't get their money.
That's right. Yes, that's right.
Hey man, it's crazy out here. Man, I'm telling you, like, me and Keanu went to the store. Bread is $7.
Wow.
$7. How much is eggs? Almost $8. I think eggs was like $5 or $6.
Yo, right, and so right, so the prices of things are going up, but the pay ain't going up, and even if the pay does go up, it's not backed by anything. So it's just right. So now they're really going to try to pull the wool, and just have digital money on screens. Like, come on, man, like, that's not really. Why don't you just get a crayon and write, you know, write it on a wall. This is your money. Like, it's not real.
Right. And like they trying to push it in on the slide because they got something now called like NFTs. I'm not really familiar with the aspect, but I kind of know. But it's like people can digitalize something and they'll own it on the internet. Is that what it is?
It's like people can own like I guess like not the rights, but like the image itself in the space of the internet. But it's falling apart because it's just not practical. You know what I mean? It's like buying and selling like it's like buying and selling space on the internet. It's like that's what people are doing, but it's failing because it's just not practical.
No, that's facts, bro. Yeah, that's facts. Because even so, like during the first stock market, well, not the first stock market, but the crash. I think it was like the Great Depression. What happened was people started buying the stocks on credit, and it was so much debt that it defaulted. So it came time where it was like, hey, I need my money. It took everything out of people's banks. People lost everything, lost their homes. You know, because they would pay like I think they would pay like say if you have like a credit card and you swipe it, and then you know what I'm saying, how much ever you use is how much you got to pay back. So basically, and you could pay the minimum, right, every month. So basically, what they was doing was they would buy like $100 stock or whatever, and only pay $25 for it. So as far as they was behind, once it defaulted, they was like, "Hey, you got to pay up." Ain't nobody have it. So the bank was seized everything because everything was collapsing. And what they do is, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's called a bail in. I think it's a bail in. Hold on, let me look it up. Yeah, yeah. So it's called a
Oh,
bail
why you guys
in.
are? Oh, okay.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead. I gotta share it anyway.
No, don't worry about it. I was gonna say, this is, I know you had the Dead Sea Scrolls, and I just wanted to know if you had figured out something, but whatever. So I'm not trying to change the subject. Go ahead, brother. Sorry.
Oh no. Go ahead.
Well, when I was taking care of business, which I was trying to put up an emoji in the chat, or evil butt. If you have volume 1 and page 170 or 579, and it talks about 40 years after Onias III dies, it was like the people that followed the man of the lie was just Jason. I think would be 579. And it's like 40 years after the unique teacher is gathered in, there'll be like 40 years of wrath. And it says the people that follow the man of the lie, you know, which is Jason, right? It says that they'll be like held to account, or they'll all die out or something, and like some kind of war. And so if Onias died at 175 BCE, and you're counting 40 minus 40 years, it brings you down to 135 BCE. And so it's talking about the Maccabean revolt, right? 40 years after the death of Onias III, like somehow brings you down to the Maccabeans. I think John Hyrcanus or something. But it goes on about how Antiochus was kind of like the Pope. But I didn't know this. He considered himself Baal. That's why his name Antiochus Epiphanes means God manifest. But he wasn't talking about the Most High. They meant Jupiter or Baal. So Antiochus was literally saying he's Baal in the flesh. And so it kind of like ties back into the Pope, right? Who's, you know, remember, it went from Greece to Rome. So yeah, I was wondering, like, you know, it just kind of like ties in. It's like really weird, but yeah.
Hey, Z, what you say earlier? You said something about Alexander. You talking about Alexander the Great?
Pontiff. The word pontiff means like bridge builder, and Alexander was dubbed the first pontiff because he was able to, you know, spread, if I'm not mistaken, Roman influence.
It says that in the Scottish Rite book. It's that the guy who's doing the analysis of each degree. He's like, the word pontiff means bridge,
and that's what the Pope. That's what Pope literally means. It literally translates to pontiff, which goes back to the head of the religious sect of Rome. So when we say that these popes enacted whatever this, whatever that, it directly goes back to Roman cultural influence. And Rome, you know, the point is the Romans got a lot of their same cultural ideals from Greece. And yeah, they worship Jupiter. So
which is who is just a Hellenized version of Baal. That's why I'm reading this thing. I'm like, because I was, you know, went to go take care of business, and I had my Dead Sea Scrolls, and I'm looking, and I'm like, okay, Onias died at 175, and then they were like 40 years later. I'm like, okay, that's 135 BCE. What happened then? And I'm like, so while you guys are talking, I'm looking up, okay, well, what happened in Israel in 135 BCE? And it brings you to the Maccabees, circa John Hyrcanus the First. But, you know, and remember it said that this is the age of wrath. And it goes on, right? So I'm like, okay, like, you know,
You said page 579.
Yes.
I was actually looking in my Dead Sea Scrolls, the book I have here, to find a correlation in it. And I couldn't find exactly what I was looking for.
Which what was the topic, or was the subject thing you're looking for?
Basically, I was just looking for connections between popery and Greece and Rome to pretty much bring that out.
Well, shoot, y'all said it. It started from Alexander.
Yeah.
It went right into his generals, the Seleucids and Ptolemies. They remember one line considered themselves Egyptian gods, because remember they were pharaohs. The other ones considered themselves Syrian Greco gods, the Antiochus in them, and they're just Hellenized versions of Canaanite religion. And this is why a lot of Israelites were like, "What the heck is going on here?" You know what I'm saying? This is why. And
that makes so much sense. That makes so much sense.
See,
because it's like that's what they did with Israel, but we can't assume that was special to Israel. They were Hellenizing all peoples. Yes. They were fusing cultures. They were fusing their religions with the other peoples. That's why the Pope wears a Dagon hat.
Yep, the fish hat. And like you said, that back then was nothing but what? Another form of the new world.
New world. That's what it was. Honestly, in my opinion, I feel like the whole new world plans type thing, I feel like that's been enacted several times over. You know what I mean? The first decree of it, in my opinion, was through Christian rulership and expansion. Because it's like well, maybe not Christian, maybe before that, like Roman Greece. But that's when they started, fusing cultures, Hellenizing other peoples. It literally means to take on Roman values, or was it Greek? Greek, yeah, Greek values.
There was no drastic change between the Greeks and the Romans. Remember, Antiochus was a prisoner of Rome as a young child.
I read into the history, and basically they're the same exact people. It's just that one day they had a discourse. Imagine it's one village. One day the village splits in half. One village wants to do things a modern way, and one village wants to do things a quote unquote conservative way, and they split up. But they're the same people. They're the same families. They're the same groups of people. They just had a difference in how they wanted to go about government.
Hey, Con, it's the same thing with the British colonies that was here in America. You know what I'm saying? They were trying to break away from the British, you know what I'm saying? But they were still Freemasons. George Washington was a Freemason.
Exactly.
Yeah. And he was British.
Yep.
And also too, what was it? Did you find that yet? Did you see that? Where it's like 579, it's like verse if you start at 14, it says, and from the day of the gathering of the unique teacher, was Onias III, until the end of all the men of war who turned back. Remember in the Maccabees, there were Levites and other Israelites who went along with him, right? With the man of the lies, which is Jason, his brother, there should be about 40 years. So from Onias III's time until Antiochus and even further down was at this time where the Most High was against Israel because they were being Hellenized. It wasn't everybody though, because the Zadokites and them held off. They kept the covenant, but the others they were going off. So when I started looking at for the 40 years, and it brings you down to 135 BCE, the Maccabees were ruling, but they wasn't really real. They were Levites, but they wasn't really like real kings. And this is why but it's, if you keep reading, it was like in this age of wrath of God will be kindled against Israel, as he said, Hosea 3 and 4. There shall be no king, no prince, no judge, no one who reproaches injustice. Right? Because there wasn't. After Onias III, there were like fake high priests,
Huh.
Greeks were, so yeah. So
I got a whole list of all the high priests from Aaron all the way down until like they started implementing like the you know what I'm saying, the fake high priest that the Romans appointed, and you know what I'm saying. Everyone after Onias III was illegitimate.
Yep. So
Even dude be trying to say Caiaphas. No, he was appointed by Rome.
Yep. Ananias was appointed by Rome or Herod, and I mean, I don't want to like make this a bang on a New Testament thing, but I mean, how come it doesn't really just you will really think that these guys are really high priests if you don't know any better? You have to like do research and find out. Wait a minute, wait a minute, these guys are not even. How come no one ever talked about this? Man, Dead Sea Scrolls is like that sneak punch that knocked out everybody.
Hey, that's facts. That's facts. Because I mean, and dudes be trying to deny the Dead Sea Scrolls too. It's like, bro, it says man. I have this thing. It said this is the most it was like wonderful or like I can't think of the word they use. Basically, the magnificent find of you know what I'm saying. Pretty
Modern
much like a while.
Yeah, it's like I forgot the word. It's like the most I had that. It was like the most amazing discovery of something in modern times.
Yeah, it was something like that.
Yeah. I had that. I hope I still have all that up. I still have my my bookmarks and all that. But yeah, man, these dudes. Yeah, even that's remember the last night where I made the video. I was like, yo, these guys are watching and they know what we're talking about and they know that it's true. But yet and still, they're not saying nothing about it. Which means what? Like, but then we know why. And I'm going to ask you guys this, you guys, because last night I know you were there, Devion. I called a certain brother from a camp from my phone, and I told you this already. I was talking about it last night too. We called a certain dude on my phone, and then David Israel. I don't know if you guys were there when he was there. This is a guy that was in Tour Nights that we never saw his face, and all he would do is watch Trans Am, PORN. Right?
Oh,
and he just kept, this dude's like bugged out. We never saw his face, whatever. And one day he was like, Judah, did you call Ella? And I'm like, yeah. And I looked at like, how does he know? And so I'm sitting there like, I had to take a shower real quick, and I was thinking in the shower, I'm like, wait a minute, man. I'm like, wait a minute. So wait. So I called this guy. Somehow, this guy he's in touch with this David Israel dude who's quote unquote in Tour Nights, but he's watching Trans Am movies, videos, if you know what I mean, keeping it clean. And then the government starts calling me, and then IUIC tries to infiltrate via Chris Harris. So I was like, yo, like, I wanted to ask Alazar without being disrespectful, like, brother, why did you give my phone to the government? Why'd you give my phone number to the government to call me, come to my house, try to infiltrate Tour Nights? Why did you do that? And he's aligned with IUIC, and that's the government. Listen, do you guys remember Adara? Mm-hmm. Adara said that when she like left the group, there would be a dude from the group that just stand outside her house for like hours and just watch her.
What?
Yeah, she was in IUIC, and
I told you. I remember when I called him, I hung up because immediately I knew there was something wrong. Immediately. Have you watched anybody else on YouTube? Do you know? But are you influenced by anybody else? This, that, and this. If so, what cultures? I hung up the phone. I was like, whoa, this is all about us. I was new into it. We was new. Mm-hmm. I was like, wait, this is all about us spreading the word that we're Israel. That's what I was thinking. I'm like, what the hell does this have to do with that, this, that, and this? I'm like, that's some weird shit right there.
They're about to give you information to the government. Like
exactly.
Everybody that's in the major groups, I would say besides, no, I'm not sticking up for Great Millstone, but Great Millstone don't have like a church. So the members, all you gotta do is follow their doctrine and put GMS in your thing. So like hard don't know hardly any of the people that are in Great Millstone. However, in GOCC, ISUPK, whatever, they have to have your phone number, they have to have your government name, they have to have your job information, they gotta have your address, they gotta have who you watch, like you said. Y'all remember Trey Tell? Trey Tell said that they came in his house when he was at work, trying to search through his house, asking a whole bunch of weird questions, whatever. Like, yo, so everybody that joined them, guess what? You're on the government list.
Yep.
In Torah Nights, if y'all never had y'all names on Facebook, I would never know y'all's real name. I wouldn't even ever ask because I don't care. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what does y'all's address, government names, life, what you watch on? It has nothing to do with me at all. Nothing.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
it's crazy as hell. And look, I got something else for you guys. This is in the Dead Sea Scrolls, the English Revised Edition. I know it's not the most prestigious edition, but I have another one I got to do more notes in. But in this one here, it says in the intertestamental Jewish history, right? Right. It says Alexander the Great had conquered the Holy Land in 33-2 BCE, and after the early uncertainties which followed his death, it became part of the empire of Greeks of the Greeks of Egypt, the Ptolemies. I'm gonna go down here. It says, in other words, Greek Macedonians and Hellenized Phoenicians took up permanent residence on Palestinian soil, and the further spread of Greek civilization and culture was merely a matter of time. Right. With the conquest of the Holy Land by the Seleucids or Syrian Greeks in 200 BCE, the first signs appeared of Jews succumbing to a foreign culture influence. In the apocryphal book of the Ecclesiastes, dated to the beginning of the 2nd century BCE, its author is Jesus ben Sira, a sage from Jerusalem, rages against the ungodly men who have forsaken the law of the Most High God. But the real trouble started when Antiochus, I think it says a fourth, Epiphanes, officially prompted a Hellenizing propaganda in Judea that was in place with eagerness by the Jewish elite. And remember, at this point in time, we had all types of vassal rulers in Jerusalem. They were assigned to, by foreigners. You know what I mean? It says the Jewish elite; those are foreigners ruling over us at that point in time. The leader of the modernist faction was the brother of the high priest Onias III, known as Jesus among his compatriots. He adopted the Greek name Jason and set about to transform Jerusalem into a Hellenistic city, building a gymnasium there and persuading the Jewish youth to participate in athletic games. So, what were we saying about the first pope? Who's the first pope?
See?
Who's the first pope? Jason? And what was the first pope's entire aspiration? To Hellenize Judea?
Yes.
Case closed.
See? But of course, we're not going to hear this from the other brothers because they working for them people. That's why, and man, it's sad, man. This is and if it was crazy is if you keep reading that 579, it went into that Malachi 3 where it says those who feared said to one another, these guys these guys are doing wickedly and have escaped. And it said that God took a book out, a remembrance, and and pretty much everybody that went along with them got smoked because the Zadokites lasted all the way up until the Roman times. And it didn't say anything about them getting slaughtered either or getting destroyed. But everybody that was in Jerusalem, what happened? They got deported and some got, offed and, wherever.
That's facts. Because they had separated themselves. Like they was like living in caves too. And they were searching the caves and they found bodies. They found baskets. I think they found more scrolls. They found Zechariah. If I'm not mistaken, I think they were in Greek though.
You got to think of the times they were in. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And you know what's crazy, and again, like what makes the Dead Sea Scrolls so amazing is this is not something people be like, oh man, the Bible's mythology. It's kind of like, well, you can just beat them up because you can literally go into the Dead Sea Scrolls and literally find the people that it's literally talking about. You don't have to read the Dead Sea Scrolls to figure out. You can just be a secular historian and be like, well, yeah, 135, yeah, this is exactly what happened, yeah. This really did happen. This guy really did exist. Yes, this temple of his son really did exist in Egypt. Yes, this really, right? This ain't like I'm not banging on the New Testament or whatever, but you really can't prove Jesus existed. I mean, I believe that he an historical figure did, but I can't prove it. Unlike the Dead Sea Scrolls, which the people who say that, they'll be like, well, it's a matter of faith, brother. Well, faith means truth. Amen means truth and math.
Yeah.
So yeah.
No, it's not.
Paul's going to say that faith is to believing in things that are unseen and unprovable. That's not what faith means. Faith means truth.
Trust.
To the Torah. Yeah.
Right.
If I'm not mistaken, it also means like facts. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, I may be wrong. It means like, may it be, or may it come to pass.
Yes.
In truth.
Or
so it's like, or so it is. And it's like, these dudes, like, I just wanted to read something real quick. It says, this is here in Dead Sea Scrolls, the community section. It says that it is to say, he solemnly swore there to adhere to the Torah as the sect interpreted it, vowing by a binding oath to return with all his heart and soul to every commandment of the law of Moses, in accordance with all that has been revealed of it to the sons of Zadok, the keepers of the covenant. That sounds exactly opposite to the what was that that you're reading earlier, D, where it was like the agreement with the Pope and whoever signing the agreement. Sounds exactly opposite to that. They talk about adhering to and solemnly swearing their soul to the Pope and the church. The Dead Sea Scrolls, the Zadokites, are talking about solemnly coming back to the Torah and returning with all his heart and his soul to every commandment of the law of Moses. Not every commandment of the law of Jeeves, right? And we're talking about the Zadokites, right? The thing about what, like the brother Judah was saying, the big thing about the Dead Sea Scrolls is you can't say, oh, it's just fairy tales. These are real people. These are real people living in those times. It's from the horse's mouth, but pretty much, you know what I mean, like so to speak.
I think that page Z was reading is page. It should be like 69 to like 71 of volume 1, where where it says did the swear with a binding oath to revert back to the Torah of Moses.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, I think it's I think that's what it said.
Oh, it's another section here. It says, so Hellenism reached a high point with the introduction of foreign customs through the boundless wickedness of the impetuous Jason, no true high priest. As a result, the priests no longer had any enthusiasm for their duties at the altar, but despised the temple and neglected the sacrifices. In defiance of the law, they eagerly contributed to the expenses of the wrestling school whenever the opening going called them. They placed no value on their heretical dignities, but cared above everything else for Hellenistic honors. So part of this agreement that you come into when you become a Mason, Jesuit, this, that, and this, it's like you have to place their values above all yours. And what our people have ultimately been falling into for generations is this covenant that they're making with the damn enemy. You know what I mean? Like in Isaiah, there was like
again. Right, the same. I mean, listen, I'm not saying we're like the whatever. Because remember what the scripture says. It says there's no new thing under the sun, right? So the same thing just keeps happening. It might be like a different location, but it's the same circumstance. And what we have people that are literally they're not admitting it. Like let's say like the average person that joins one of these Jesuit camps, the leadership knows, but the people underneath, some of them may know. But a lot of them don't. Some of them really think they're doing the right thing, but they don't even know that. Like, yo, you are literally, you're literally putting in the government database when you join these camps. Not all of them, but the major ones you see, you are literally giving your information to the government. Like, what this is. Like, I mean, I'm not saying you're being a criminal or anything, but what does serving God have to do with you giving your information and all that to the government?
Has nothing to do with it. Right? And the same people, like I said, like I was mentioning earlier, same people will claim, oh, I'm atheist. And then they'll say the whole Pledge of Allegiance. but it's like in the Pledge of Allegiance, it mentions God. You know what I mean? You don't want to worship God, but you want to worship America, and you want to be a patriot. What does America believe in? They believe in some God. It ain't ours. But I tell you what, you renounce ours, and you take up theirs, and you're gonna be worshiping theirs one way or the other. And that's what it is. You know what I mean? Like,
Yep.
I don't know. It's just crazy. It's crazy. And you're right about that, because when I looking at the Dead Sea Scrolls, these were brothers during the time of social influence being against them, where they had to record their words, record their thoughts. You know what I mean? And put it somewhere safe. And if you look at now and today, it really reflects that completely.
Yes.
The sons of darkness battling the sons of light.
Yes. And they outnumber. Remember, the Zadokites were outnumbered. I mean, there was a lot of them, and they had communities established, whatever. But they were vastly outnumbered, because you remember, some of us were working with the Greeks and the Romans. A lot
Yeah.
of us were. They joined their army. They didn't. They were. Matter of fact, it said that if certain Israelites were circumcised, they couldn't take part in the Olympics and things like that. Like, what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just, it's funny that it seems like this is like happening all over again. And so that, the was it Ecclesiastes is right. There's nothing new under the sun. It's going on right now. We got people saying that they keep the Torah, but they, I don't believe in the book of Daniel, or the book of Ezekiel's fake, or blah, 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 this was already fulfilled. Zerubbabel created Ezekiel's. Bro, what are you talking about? Like, what? Yo, Ezekiel died in Iraq. You can find his tomb there. So, yeah.
And that's the thing. It's like dudes don't want to face the facts. You know what I mean? And it's like, if you think about it, during the time of heavy Hellenism, I mean, like, Israel had been through so much before then, but not only is it a way of coercion, you know what I'm saying, getting other nations to do what you want them to do, but it's also a way of keeping Israel away from what it's supposed to be doing. Like, it said that the priests no longer desired their duties. You know what I mean? And if you think about it, if they value Greek culture over their own, you tell them, hey, you can't be circumcised if you want to wrestle with us. They're gonna ditch their values, their duties, in order to participate in that. And when you look at modern day culture, you look at all our brothers around, we just now getting to a point where our people can, for the most part, collectively read. You know what I mean? It's like, and brothers are falling right back into the same trap. We just got out of a situation to where we weren't allowed to know, to have, you know what I'm saying? We weren't allowed to be in the loop. We weren't allowed to be in the mix as a nation for a very long time.
Wait, check this out. I don't know if you guys saw. I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm reading this, and this is crazy. So when Onias and them died, right? It says the succession of Jonathan, right? The Maccabees. It says, because remember, you had Judah Maccabee and all them, whatever. It says Jonathan, his brother, succeeded him as general. Jonathan more than sustained the dignity of Judah. King Alexander Ballas, also known as Alexander Epiphanes, now in control, made peace with Jonathan, calling him his friend. In 153 or 152 BCE, this Greek dude elected Jonathan as high priest in Jerusalem. Thus was born the high priestly Hasmonean line. So, a Greek established Jonathan as high priest in Israel. Now look, it says, thus was born the high priestly Hasmonean line, the strict upholders of the law. However, were alienated because the law held that no man should be high priest who was not of priestly descent from Aaron. From now on, this group formed a strong opposition party, later to be known as the most conservative section of the Pharisees, a religious group whose interpretations and applications of the law, written and oral, became accepted tradition in later Judaism. The Maccabees were Levites, but they were appointed by the Greeks as high priest.
Yeah. I mean, in my mind, that makes me think of the entire situation where it's like they're pushing the culture on our people, and our people are in a situation to where they're trying to gain in life, right, or move up, but ultimately it's all for naught because it's based off foreign values. It's like, oh, I wanna further myself in American society. I'm gonna go become a basketball player so I can make hella money. It's like, but little do you know that you're furthering the, you know what I'm saying, the goals of the enemy. It's like, yeah, don't think about how you need to start as a nation, how you need to rebuild as a nation. Come play basketball for us. Come play football for us. You know what I mean?
But
It's like
yes,
our people have a taste of freedom, and it's like, how do they rope us back in? It's like, oh, just Greek culture, just
right.
let's just use Greek culture like we always do.
Wait, Z, I'm sorry to cut you off again, but I didn't read this right. Wait, look. When this guy Alexander Balas, Balas, Baal, you okay, right? Alexander Epiphanes, which means like God manifest, right? Now in control of the, what is it? The Seleucids, made peace with Jonathan, calling him his friend. And it says in 153, he elected Jonathan as high priest in Jerusalem. Thus was born the high priestly Hasmonean line of the Maccabees. But watch this. It says the strict upholders of the law, however, were alienated because the law held that no man should be high priest who was not of the priestly descent from Aaron. Right? The strict upholders of the law were who?
Zedekias.
Zadokites. It says they were alienated because the law held that no man should be high priest who was not from, wherever, right? And it says from now on, from now on, this group, I'm thinking probably from the Zadokites. From now on, from this group formed a strong opposition party, later to be known as the most conservative section of the Pharisees. So the Pharisees were down with the Greco,
Yeah.
and you get the oral law or the supposed oral law, the Talmud and all this whatever, because Zedekiah wasn't dealing with none of that.
Right.
But this is crazy.
Damn, that's crazy. That I mean, people always ask, who were the Qumran? Who were they? Who were they? It's like, it sounds to me like they were Zadokites,
They were.
driven away,
They were.
driven away from mankind. Not from mankind, but from the nations that were all around them.
And from the
Like you said,
Commonwealth of the people. Remember, they called their own, they called the other wicked Israelites the sons of darkness. The sons of Baal.
Right. This is in that archaeology book.
Hello?
Yeah. I was hold on, I'll flip to the page real quick.
Okay. Wait, real quick. So remember from 175 to 135 BCE, right? It says, remember in 579 in the or in the Dead Sea Scrolls, right? Remember? It said it was like remember and from the day of the gathering of the unique teacher Onias III until the end of all the men of war who turn back, with the man of the lie, Jason, there shall be about 40 years. And in this age of wrath of God will be kindled against Israel. Whatever, right? Right. If you go down, it says, but those who revert from the sin of Jacob have kept the covenant of God. They shall then speak each to his fellow, acting just with one's brother, so that their steps became steady on the path of God. And God will pay attention to their words, and he will listen in, the thing, whatever. But so remember, so 135 BCE. So look on here. I'll show it. It says, if you read it in the quote unquote in the Yahweh the author quote unquote Hebrew, and page 79, it says the men of war of Malakama, right? So if you look at this Britannica, it says the war continued. The Acra was still in enemy hands, and Jonathan sought to wall it off from the city. He died by treachery and was succeeded by his brother Simon, a man of character and prudence, as well as a born leader who had quietly and loyally served under his other brothers. On his own initiative, Simon brought peace and security to Jerusalem. He was the second Hasmonean high priest. In 135, 134, he was assassinated. So, right, that's the 40 years. So, whoever around this time, this Simon Maccabee, around this time had like died. Then it says the rule of Hyrcanus I. It says the succession of the Maccabees was maintained by Simon's son, John, known later as Hyrcanus I, who remained as high priest in Jerusalem until his death in 104 BCE. He was a long and disturbed, his was a long and disturbed reign, but he consolidated and extended Jewish control, bringing Samaria into subjection and even forcing the Idumeans, the descendants of the Edomites who lived southeast of the Dead Sea, to accept Judaism. This is how the Idumean king of Herod, Jesus, was a Jew by religion. John Hyrcanus' reign marked a turning point in the history of the Maccabees. The movement that had begun with intense conviction and deep patriotic zeal had so completely succeeded that all memory of its first wild enthusiasm had gone. John, in spirit, had become a Sadducee, an upper-class conservative who accepted only the written law as divinely revealed and authoritative. In outlook, he was worldly, agnostic, and urbane, unlike his grandfather. So, literally, these Hasmoneans were like, they were Israelites, but they were kind of going along. Yeah, they fought against the Greeks, but it wasn't really like they weren't really,
You think they could have been? You think they could have been them when it's spoken of in Daniel when it says, "Some of your people will arise and they will establish like a vision for themselves, but they will fall."
Yes.
Dang. Because I was thinking of them too, and I was thinking Jason and Menelaus too. But I mean, they was all for the Hellenism,
right? Because let's say that even if you try to stick up for the Maccabees, well, I mean, John Hyrcanus, who he converted them, all of a sudden, what happened? They wound up taking over under the Herods, and Rome and all of them were, right?
Oh,
so,
yeah.
Wow, this is.
I got this right here.
In case I have to beat somebody up.
I got this right here. This tell you too that the dude who wrote it was a small head, so he be putting like some Talmud sources in here. I usually just skip over those, but he had the
Judah, in that last piece that you, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you good, bro?
No, that last piece that you said, it had mentioned that portions of Edom had it said that it became Idumea. I noticed.
No.
I noticed.
It said John Hyrcanus, he made the Idumeans convert to our. But they wound up taking over.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah,
it literally said this right here. Well, it got Jonathan. It got Jonathan Apphus Maccabee. I'm not sure how to say that. Something like that. And he was a high priest for 10 years. Jonathan succeeded his brother Judah as leader of the Maccabean rebellion. Alexander Ballas, a pretender to the Seleucid throne, granted Jonathan a high priesthood in 153. It says Jonathan was later confirmed in the role of Demetrius II Nicator. It said although the Maccabee brothers were from a priestly family, they did not descend from high priestly lines. So Jonathan's appointment as high priest was seen as illegitimate by the people. It says he was betrayed and murdered by Seleucid general Theodosius Tryphon at Boskama. And then it says Simon, son of, I'm not even sure how to say that. It's like Mattheyahu. Let's say right here.
Mattathias. That's what they.
Yeah, something like that. It says, and high priest for 8 years, a wise leader and successful soldier, Simon was the last surviving Maccabee brother of the original 5. With alacrity, he avenged his slain brother Jonathan and assumed commands of Judea and the rebellion against the Seleucids. He was finally able to capture Acra's citadel in Jerusalem, which had 4 decades plagued the Maccabees. He was confirmed as high priest by Demetrius II Nicator and ratified as high priest and ruler by all the Judeans, including the priesthood, who pledged to follow him until a true prophet appears.
Wait. Can you read the last? Can you start with the go right before the Demetrius thing? Because if you go to if you go to page 337, Demetrius is also mentioned in volume 1. 337.
The Dead Sea Scrolls.
Yeah. That's kind of like wanted you to go back to that part where about Demetrius.
Cool.
I gotta write the stuff down. So in 337 it says it's a verse.
Oh, I see it.
You see it?
Yeah. It said you gonna read it?
Yeah. Well, it says where a lion went to go into it, a lion cub without anyone confining him. Its interpretation concerns Demetrius, king of Yavan or Greece, who wanted to enter Jerusalem on the advice of those looking for easy interpretations. But he did not enter, for God had not given Jerusalem into the hands of the kings of Yavan from Antiochus up into the appearance of the chiefs of the Kittim, which is Rome. I'm not sure if they're calling the angry lion Demetrius. Is that wait? Let me see. Wait.
I don't know.
Can you read that again about Demetrius? What was going on with
it said with alacrity he avenged his slain brother. I'm talking about Simon, brother Jonathan, and assumed command of Judea and the rebellion against the Seleucids. He was finally able to capture Acra's citadel in Jerusalem, which had 4 decades plagued the Maccabees. He was confirmed as high priest by Demetrius II Nicator and ratified as high priest by the ruler of all the Judeans, including the priesthood, who pledged to follow him until a true prophet appeared.
Who are they saying is a true prophet?
I have no idea. They don't even say it on here. This is just a list of the high priest.
Okay, because these guys be messing up. I remember reading one thing. They had the teacher of righteousness like way later than I'm like, bro. If you just figure out, all you gotta do is read the Dead Sea Scrolls. 390 years plus 20 years equals 410, which brings you down to 175 BCE. Like, who was the high priest of that? You know what I'm saying? It's easy, but they be over here talking about this person and that person, like, bro. Like we talking, bro.
Right. I was just reading to show who they were appointed by.
I'm trying to look for Demetrius, king of Greece. You know what it says? Okay, it says he ruled from 200 to 167 BC. Wait, is it Demetrius of Bactria or is it Demetrius of Macedon, or does it state? Because it might be more.
It say Demetrius II Nicator.
Okay, wait. Wait, Demetrius II. Nicator. Okay, I got it. Hold on, let me see.
Yeah.
When was this? It says Demetrius II Nicator, Greek victor, born 161, died 125 BCE. Wait, let me see. Wait, this is not get real clear. Wait, Demetrius II Nicator, king of Syria, born 161 BCE, died 125 BCE. King of Syria from 145 to 139, and from 129 to 125. Okay, wait. 135, 125. Wait. So, wait. What did Demetrius do again?
It just said he was confirmed as high priest. Simon was confirmed as high priest by Demetrius II Nicator.
Yo, so these Greeks were installing the Maccabees.
Yeah, that's pretty much why I was reading this, and I was like, yo, like, you know what I'm saying? Everybody after Alnias III was illegitimate, and they was appointed by Greeks and Romans.
Unbelievable. And you know what's crazy? There's a group called Maccabees TV. And what's really funny is I think I'm not saying they're like privy to it, but it's really, really funny. They're also a part of, the Square and Compass, or the G and Compass group. They're always pumping out Geist. And look at their name, the Maccabees. That, like, honestly, that's not really an honorable. Maybe Judah Maccabee, maybe the brother that you know. But what did it say? It said that after Judah Maccabee, pretty much it started going downhill for the Maccabees. Like,
Yeah.
you know, it's not their Maccabees wasn't really like the right. So what are these groups saying? Are they saying they're installed by who? Rome? It sounds like to me. Maccabees TV sounds like appointed by Rome TV.
Hey, check this out.
Jesuit.
I've got this book here called The Ancient History of Israel, right? And it says here, check this out. What do y'all think it is? It says this was part of a general policy of Hellenizing local communities all over his empire so that their divergent cultures might be unified and resistance to the central authority consequently diminished. This is talking about Antiochus, right? It says at a time throughout the Hellenistic world, it seemed to him and to the men around him that the local Jewish god could easily be assimilated to Zeus. After all, under his Eastern name, Zeus Sabaoth, some Jews already identify him. They put Yahweh on here, but it says, under the latter name of Sabaoth, which may mean Lord of Armies. Moreover, the Samaritans, or at least the Greek colonies in Samaria, Samaria, had actually requested that their shrine be Hellenized in the same manner. But Olympic Zeus was equated in local terms with the Syrian and Phoenician Canaanite Baal Shamin, already worshipped by the Syrian troops in Jerusalem. Throughout the entire history of Israel, they had existed a connection and a conflict between people who believed in the Most High and people who, it says, in the nature worship of the Canaanite, Phoenician, and Armenians. Now, however, this age-old interaction had entered upon a new phase in which the Hellenistic suzerains were actually identifying the Most High with Baal. This was to say the least undiplomatic, but so was Antiochus's whole course of action, right? They literally says that they were trying to see. It says, what does it say? They thought it was easy to assimilate what they called their the Jewish god can easily be assimilated with Zeus. This was Antiochus's whole goal, right?
Yes.
And it says that they were trying to associate the god of Yasharal with Zeus and Baal. Literally.
Yeah. Well, if you read the Torah, we were always, remember the no longer should you call me Baal, right? So we were always trying to synchronize, and that's what you read too. I was reading the same thing. I didn't even know that. I didn't even put that together because remember, Antiochus IV put a statue of Jupiter or a Baal on the temple, on the corner of the temple. This is Daniel 9, verse 27? The abomination which causes desolation.
Mm-hmm.
Unbelievable.
And it says here, so that their divergent cultures might be unified, right? And resistance to the central authority consequently diminished. They was literally trying to fuse, we read it, we said it, but they're trying to fuse the quote unquote what they call the God of the Bible with Baal and with Zeus, and that's what they did. So when people walking around talking about Israel united in Christ, when the people going around talking about that, this is the goal that you're trying to accomplish. Exactly. Yeah. This is the crap that you're perpetuating. Yeah, this is crazy.
This is deep. Like how can anyone say that we're the Israelites when all this is going on? But wait, real quick. Again, because I'm writing in my writing on page 337 of Demetrius' second Nicator. Okay, Devian, what did he do again? He said he installed who? What did he do?
Installed hold on, let me grab it again. He installed was it Simon.
All right.
Simon Maccabee.
Simon Maccabee.
Okay, yeah, it says he was finally able to capture the Acre Citadel in Jerusalem, which had 4 decades plagued the Maccabees. He was confirmed as high priest by Demetrius II Nicator.
Unbelievable.
It says Simon Maccabee was cruelly betrayed and murdered along with 2 of his sons by his son-in-law Ptolemy during a banquet at fortress of Doc near Jericho.
Wait. Okay, wait. Say that again. Wait, I'm writing it down. Say that again.
They said he was let me see. It said he was cruelly betrayed and murdered along with 2 of his sons by his son-in-law Ptolemy during a banquet at the fortress of Doc near Jericho.
What, Demetrius or Simon?
Simon. Simon Maccabee was cruelly betrayed and murdered.
Murdered. Okay, hold on. Murdered by who?
It said by his son-in-law.
Son-in-law.
His son-in-law name was Ptolemy.
Oh, then you already know what it was.
Yep.
Ptolemy what? Is there another? Is it just it?
No, it just say Ptolemy.
Wait a minute. Wait. These guys was mixing in with the Greeks.
Yep.
No, like literally, like if they're getting installed by them, they were also mixing with them. I remember somebody being like, "Man, the Maccabees were Edomites," and I was like, "No, they wasn't." Well, maybe they wasn't at first, but some of them began to mix with them. Like, no wonder these fools, Herod and them became king and started installing their own priest. Like, yo, the Maccabees were sellouts. Well, not all of them, but whoever got installed, who was it? Jonathan and Simon installed by Greeks.
Yep, Jonathan, Simon, Alcimus,
yes.
Eliakim. It says a Hellenist priest and enemy of Judah Maccabee, and high priest for 3 years. He was appointed by Demetrius I Soter, and installed into office by Seleucid General Bacchides, who supplied him with the garrison before returning to Syria.
Wait, I gotta write this down. Wait. 3. Hold on. I'm sorry, Debbie. I'm sorry. I'm trying to write this down because you know me.
I'm
always write in my book, so I'm always ready for battle. Wait, 337 page 337. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm sorry. I know it's getting late where you guys are at. I'm just trying. Let me just get this down real quick. This is deep. Okay, wait.
No, that's facts. It's mad deep.
All right, I got a pen. Okay. Wait. So I got Demetrius installed by Simon Maccabee. I'm sorry. Demetrius installed Simon Maccabee. Simon was murdered by his son-in-law Ptolemy.
Yeah.
You mentioned somebody. You mentioned You mentioned something else about like just now. The last part you read was
that was you talking about
not Alcimus.
Talking about Jonathan?
No, Demetrius 1.
Oh, that was Alcimus.
Oh, wait, Demetrius 1 is Alcimus?
No. The dude named the Hellenist priest. His name was Alcimus or Eliakim. And he said he was a Hellenist priest and enemy of Judah Maccabee, and high priest for 3 years. He was appointed by Demetrius I Soter and installed into office by Seleucid General Bacchides, who supplied him with the garrison before returning to Syria.
Okay, that's what I wanted. Alcimus was because I know about Alcimus. I didn't know he was appointed by Demetrius I. That's crazy.
Yep, and installed into office by the Seleucid General Bacchides.
Let me write that down to enemy of Judah Maccabee. Okay, say that again. The last part. Alcimus is what? Wait, what's it again?
It says, and he was installed into office by the Seleucid General Bacchides, which Bacchides, you spell it Bacchides.
All right. Well, hold on. One more time. Spell that.
Bacchides.
Hides. Cool. All right. This is crazy. All this stuff is coming together. Now, the Dead Sea Scrolls is making a lot more sense. Once you can pinpoint Onias III and all that, then you can pinpoint everyone else. This is crazy. Yo, the Maccabees I'm not saying Judah Maccabee, he might have meant well, but when you read that, what is it? Page 579. Remember what it said? It said 40 years after the death of Onias III. the followers of Jason get cut off or something. Right? It didn't really mention anything about like the Maccabees or whatever. It just said those 40 years, everybody that followed after Jason would get judged. Is that what it said? Page 579. I'm sorry.
Remember, if I'm not mistaken, Jason, he ran. He had to flee.
Yes.
Because Menelaus offered. Well, Jason was trying to usurp the high priesthood from Onias, but Menelaus ended up offering more money.
Yes.
To usurp it from Jason. Yes. So Jason feared for his life, so I forgot where he fled to.
I think he went to like Sparta. I remember he went around the Lassam.
Yes, something like that.
And they were those were like our kinsmen, the Spartans or something. Remember they say the Spartans were a lot of those Spartans were like actual Israelites that went in. You know, I'm not sure they're keeping the Torah, but you know, some of them were our people. Because remember, Jason said, "We are your kinsmen." He tried to find refuge with them, but that didn't work out too well.
Yo, check this out. This is the same book that I was reading. The history of ancient Israel. This is page 212, and it says, Judas Maccabeus then proceeded to make a treaty with the Roman Republic, which was only too glad to undermine Seleucid power in any way it could, right? This association, renewed nearly 20 years later, came to seem embarrassing and distasteful to latter Jewish writers. But it was because the Romans, in the last resort, had stood behind Judas that he was able to survive. Since his origins disqualify him from the high priesthood, a certain alchemist, claiming descendant from Aaron, though not through the Zadokite branch, took over the office. A unsuccessful contender for the post, Onias the fifth, fled to Egypt, where he founded a systematic copy of the temple at Leontopolis, right? Meanwhile, in Judea, alchemist who despised his priestly background was a moderate Hellenizer turned against the Hasidim, who had become voraciously disillusioned with the worldliness of the new regime and had 60 of them executed.
So you know they called them the Casideum. That was another name that of the Zadokites. You know, they went by a whole bunch of different names. So
he had 60 of them executed, alchemists, and it says he was a moderate Hellenizer. Not to mention, it said Judas Maccabeus proceeded to make a treaty with the Roman Republic.
What? Whoa! This is
it's crazy,
deep, bro. Wow. And you know what? And these guys are still doing this today. And guess who are the fringe group, Israelite group that's not Hellenizing and we're sticking with the script and keeping the charge of the sanctuary. And what everybody hates is all these guys are Antichrist. Wait a minute, y'all are Hellenizers. Like, what are you talking about? Oh, no, we're not. What language is your book written in? What was Paul? Paul was a straight Pharisee, Roman citizen, freeborn Roman citizen, was teaching Greek philosophy. He didn't really care about the Torah all like that. Israelites is about to kill him, and this is according to the New Testament. Acts 21, Israelites was about to kill him, saying this fool is bringing Greeks into the. Like, yo, come on, this is deep, man. But you guys, I gotta get off of here, man. I gotta work today. I'm glad you guys had a show. I'm glad I learned something new. I love to learn new stuff. I need to explore further. This is deep. It's a darn shame that my channel had to get taken down for people where a lot of people can't see this, you know, or whatever. But you know, in time, Yahweh willing, it'll pick back up and we can bring all this out. But this is crazy.
Yahweh willing. I saw you was uploading your other videos on your other channel.
Yes.
Channel.
Well, people already saw them, so they're getting like low views. But I mean, you know, whatever. But you know, I gotta like troll to get, you know, you gotta troll these days to get attention. But I'm not trolling. I'm being totally serious. Like, why did Alazar give my phone number to the government? I mean, like, yo, like dudes came to my house from the military.
Yeah, that's yeah. Yo, man, dude just be moving weird. Like, bro, they like how you, man, that's crazy, yo. I'm telling you. Oh yeah, just like that one dude got my number. I don't even know how he got my number.
See what I'm saying?
Oh man,
He called me and he called Keanu phone.
what?
What the what?
The Ace of Spade dude.
Yeah.
He called me and called Keanu phone. No caller ID.
Oh.
Wait, how did he get your number?
I don't know.
Oh,
I have no idea. I don't know.
bro. The government watching us, bro. Not we shouldn't even care because we're not doing anything wrong. But now you see why the channel gets snatched, and no matter what you say, they don't bring it back. But they let these agents. I heard some that are call somebody. No, I heard some that are call somebody the F word, and his channel is monetized, and I ain't hear nothing about him getting demonetized. I ain't, where that's his
Oh
business.
man, these dudes be out here going crazy at the mouth, and nothing happening to them because they know somebody.
The government.
To mention something somebody one of you brothers mentioned earlier, these be the same dudes that want to reference the Septuagint. You know what I mean? It's like you're Hellenistic. Like Judah was making an example. He's like, "Oh, you're Hellenistic," and he's like, "No, I'm not." It's like these are the same dudes that want to reference the Septuagint. It's like, "Oh, this is the end all be all." It's written in Greek, Latin.
Right. Facts.
Moses wasn't writing in Latin. Niggas don't want to say nothing. Somebody will say worship Jesus. I don't say Moses wasn't worshiping Jesus, and then they want to shut up.
Right.
Because the truth.
He was Jesus was the pillar of cloud. That's bruh. This is all.
You've heard people say that.
Yeah. Great Millstone always
word.
teaches that, and so does Sakari.
But
like Jesus was the angel that came that led them, and he was also the pillar of cloud and fire and blah 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 blah. He was the Ark of the Covenant. This is a lot of Jesus.
I heard that.
They say Jesus was the word, but it wasn't written till Moses was alive.
Oh man, it's a when like it's how he gave Moses the tablets. He said they were inscribed by the finger of God. It said it was written. That it said, I have given you the tablets and the commandment that I have written for you, not spoke to you. It says written. When you saw the sapphire brickwork.
Yeah.
If I'm mistaken. What was that?
Ezekiel.
No, that's in Exodus.
Wait,
Yeah, man.
I was muted.
Bugging.
It's just crazy. It's crazy. It's been a great video too. A lot of good information has come out. So
yeah, definitely. I mean, we definitely gotta like dig. I'm gonna dig as much as I can. And yo, man, it's yo, this is we got the Demetrius 1, we got the Demetrius 2, we got the Maccabees down. Yo, man, we need to write a Well, we should like talk at the back because somebody they'll literally take your idea or you say it on the air. But like, book, if this is a trolley title, and I know my brothers out there. Listen, I do believe I don't believe in Christian Jesus because they ain't nothing but Baal, right? My grandma's Jesus is we already know what that is, right? Remember the earliest book of Mark just has him. He didn't even really die on the cross. He didn't ascend to heaven. None of that. Right? They wasn't calling him son of God. They didn't have any genealogy of him being descended from David. None of that. And then later on, Matthew and all that, John and all that, you get all the genealogy lines and blah, 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 right? But, you know how much money, or not, I mean, it's not about money, but you know how much money and attention or whatever we get if we can write a book showing the Messiah, the Messiah before Jesus? Or like you have some trolley title, like because I said to before my channel got taken down, I was like, I'm gonna make a video called the differences and similarities between the New Testament and the Dead Sea Scrolls. And then I said, I'll debate somebody. I was like, I don't believe that Isaiah 53 is talking about any particular man. I think it's talking about Israel, like at least righteous Israel, right? But I'm like, if we're gonna say it's a man, I'm like, well, who should we put up? I'd rather put Onias III up before it's Jesus. And then a brother, I go say his name. He's a cool brother. He was like, Judah, man, like, no, he didn't, I'm like, man, like dudes is really afraid of Onias III. Like, like, what? This is crazy. Like, people should be embracing him. Like, it calls him the unique teacher. The Marawa was it Yakayada, like a Yakayad, which is like Akkad, but it's like the he is unique, like the teacher of uniqueness, or the one teacher, or it's deep, and it's kind of like, yo, man, this dude obviously wasn't just like some hype. He wasn't just like a Jehoiada. You know, Jehoiada was a good high priest, right? But like he was, you know, this Onias was like different. Like they said this, you know, they were like they groped for 20 years until the Most High raised up the teacher of righteousness for them. And then it said that his followers, they believed in the teachings of Onias from the mouth of God, and they kept the Torah. Like,
they were mourning. They were mourning after his death. If I'm not mistaken, I think even Antiochus the fourth mourned.
yes,
for Onias the third.
yes. Said that it said Greeks. It said other nations and Antiochus and them were like deeply saddened by the death of Onias. And remember too, even though Judah Maccabee struck that pact with Rome probably to keep peace, I don't know what, you know, I'll try to figure it out later. But it said that he may have been lying. He might have just been saying this to like encourage, you know, instill courage in Israel to fight. But he was like, remember, he was like, he had a vision from the prophet Jeremiah and Onias the third. It's in the book of Maccabees. A vision from Onias. It said that Onias the third and Jeremiah, the prophet, showed up and gave Judah Maccabee a sword and said, with this you will conquer the Greeks. So why would Judah Maccabee be having a vision of Onias the third? I mean, you know, first off, God gives visions for one, but so I'm not sure if that's true or not. But I mean, like clearly, Onias the third was held in high esteem amongst Israel.
That's back, and he prayed, and an angel came down in gold armor and whooped. Was it Heliodorus?
Yeah, right.
The thing is, the biggest part of that is that, in my opinion, is that Yasharal went through a period of time in which they were lost for a long time, like, you know, surrounded by foreign influence, and like what the brother said, the Most High sent for them, like He always does, a savior in the form of a person who would bring back the word of the Most High. And it's like, honestly, in my opinion, you know, there's a lot of debate. Was Jeebus real? Was he not? And in my opinion, it's like, as long as the Torah existed at that point in time, and there was one brother, one sister in that time who was willing to speak truthfully from the word at that point in time, their words could have been misconstrued as this or that. You know what I mean? It's like,
I agree.
If one brother who truly kept the Torah existed in that point in time, and he was just dropping dimes on people as he went throughout, you know, maybe they thought that was something magical or just that and this or back in the day. But what he was doing was just kind of just dropping dimes on the Torah. You know what I mean?
Hey, they were asking questions too. You know what I'm saying? He was like, "Yo, what do I need to do in order to enter the kingdom?" You know what I'm saying? And he was like, "Yo, the kingdom is within you." And then he said, when he was asked what's the greatest commandment of all, he was like, I think it's Mark 12, 28. He was like, you know what I'm saying? Yahweh is one. You know what I'm saying? And love Yahweh with all your heart, your mind, and your soul. And then it said, love your neighbors. You know what I'm saying? And you love yourself.
Yeah, yourself. Now, don't that sound a lot different than you got to go through Christ? You got to go through Christ to get to the Father. Well, that's not what he said.
Right.
Exactly. So maybe Onias had followers at that point in time who were more learned in the scriptures, and one of them was speaking a little more than others, and they took that and characterized it.
Right.
It's very possible.
And you can literally, like, if somebody was to be like, you know what, the Jesus story is not an exact copy of the Onias story, but geez, man, like, before my channel got taken down, I had it all written down. I had, like, they had Jesus dying on Passover. Onias died on the Day of Atonement. They have Jesus establishing a new covenant. Onias the third established a new covenant with his followers before that. Jesus was a great interpreter of blah blah blah. If you read the Dead Sea Scrolls, it says that Psalm 37. We break down I think it's like volume 1 or 2. It literally has Psalm 37 is about Onias the third, and it like breaks it down. Like the wicked man seeks to kill the righteous, and it's like Zadiach. You know what I'm saying? And it's like the interpretation is, I think it's like the man of the lie or the other guy, or Menelaus or Jason sought to kill Onias the third. But it's Psalm 37. But look it up, and it's called the Psalms Pesher.
Okay, I think I've seen that before. I was gonna ask too. When it says like the I forgot the word that's used for it, but wouldn't it be like the inspector, of the inspectors? Is it talking about Onias the third? It said the inspector.
I know. I begin to like think. Is I'm trying to think of the word because they have the one word where it's like.
Let me see if I can find it.
The Mashake y'all, not because the word from Shakal, like SHKL, means like intelligent or something or whatever.
Yeah.
So I'm not. Maybe I think maybe sometimes I'm confused. I know that the Thanksgiving hymns are Onias the third, but I actually was that same question you asked was the same thing I was wondering myself too.
Because I didn't came across that a couple of times, and then when I'm looking for it, I can't find it.
Maybe it is direct plagiarism. You know what I mean? Just what was Antiochus his entire duty? You know what I mean? He was trying to fuse Greek culture with Israelite culture, and he said, and it says that he thought it was pretty easy done. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So,
and also too, even in our stones, whenever like when we go into Daniel 9, the Hats commentary, they're like, this refers to Antiochus the Fourth Epiphanes and also Emperor, who was his name? Trajan? No, 78. Who came in and destroyed the temple in Herod's temple in 70 AD? Because if you debate a New Testament person, they're going to say, well, that's talking about when. What's their name again? Who destroyed the temple? It's two people. Wait, who destroyed the temple in 70 AD? Wait, who destroyed it?
Marcus? What was that his name?
Titus?
Yeah, Titus and somebody else. Is Titus and the temple.
Marcus didn't come for a very long time later.
Was it Vespasian? No, I don't think it was Vespasian.
Yeah, Titus and Vespasian.
Oh yeah, it is. It is.
And then they say that they put up some kind of like statue on Herod's temple, and I'm like, geez, man, like why does it sound like Onias the third all over again? Like like I'm not. I mean, I'm not. There's no such thing as coincidence, and we know that things happen in whatever. But let's say somebody was like, man, bump all that, man. Yo, the New Testament is copying off the Zadokites. It would be kind of hard to be like, well, that's not true. I would have to like sit there and be like, well, I'll just sit back and watch this debate because this would be great to watch. I'd love to hear this argument.
Hold on, I found it because it say right here. It says this page 105, and the word is Masaka y'all, but it says words of blessing of the instructor to bless those who fear God, do His will, keep His commandments, remain constant in His holy covenant, and walk with perfection on all paths of truth. Those He has chosen for an eternal covenant, which endures forever. May Yahweh bless them, you, from His holy residence. May He open the eternal spring which does not dry up for you from the heavens in your hand. May He be gracious to you in all your blessings in the congregation of the holy ones, eternal, and not may He this is a fragment and you fragment. May He save you from all the fragment with no remnant. Every foe holiness, His holiness will remain in His holiness. But it says words of blessing of the instructor.
That may have been him, right? Because remember it said that his followers ruled by threes. The three priests, it's 12 men. What was it like? 3 Zadokite priests, then the Levites, and then like the common, the common other Israelites. But after Onias the third, there wasn't really any particular one person, so it may have in fact been Onias the third too. And look, people be like, well, apparently they may have had a sanctuary in Daphne in Antioch because that's where Onias the third went to go flee.
Mm-hmm.
And some people are saying, they're like, you know what? They were like, even though they stayed in Qumran, I thought Qumran was in Arabia. No, it's in Judea somewhere. Like it's in Judea. I think Qumran's an Arabic name, but it was like a lot of the scrolls may have been written in Jerusalem and then carried to the wilderness to keep the Torah, to get away from, because they were Hellenized and compromised. So the Zadokites may have, remember Onias ruled in Jerusalem, so his followers may have written down his teachings and or kept safeguard his teachings, and then the priests afterwards may have been adding, and try to keep the community going after he died, because he lasted all the way up into the Roman times, obviously. You know what I'm saying? But they
it did say it did say they separated themselves too. They separated themselves to into their community.
They said it had to, and it was to a point where they had to even filter themselves out. They had to test everyone in the group to make sure that they weren't, contracting Hellenistic values.
Even some of them were celibate.
Yeah. So they had different factions. So it's apparently why the New Testament doesn't mention them is really weird, because this was not some unimportant group. This is why it's called like one of the most remarkable findings in our modern times, and it answers a lot of questions once you can put it together. You're like, wait a minute, man, like, yo, why are they and once you figure it out, you're like, oh, they trying to hide this dude. Like, because I have books written by Jehovah's Witnesses where they're like, Onias III was the high priest at this time. They're like the Prince of the Covenant refers to Onias III, the high priest. But they'll be talking about, then I go right back to Jesus. And I'm like, what? Like, what, But again, remember when I debated JJ 7000, it was like, what did Onias III do? Who knows Onias III? Nobody follows him. Yeah, you're right. No one does it, because he was an Israelite Messiah, not a world Gentile church Jesuit. Remember the video I made where IUIC was like, the world hates the followers of Christ. And then I typed in, what's the largest religion in the world? Christianity. Well, it sounds like majority of the world loves Christ.
Hey, and this that picture I was talking about. This that picture I was talking about. I'm gonna share it real quick. They said the only new world order is going to be Christ or something like that. No, it's not it. Thought I had it pulled up. I can't remember where it was. Oh wait, I think I know where it's at. Here it is. This right here. Bishop Nathaniel. The only one world religion that will ever work is when Christ is ruling. Well, we already know who they talking about.
Well, geez. Well, I don't want to make it a New Testament Torah-based thing. I'm just saying, in my personal opinion, it just sounds like John the Baptist and Yahweh Shah and them were like probably possibly students or followers that carried on up into the Roman times. You know what I'm saying? Because right, that's what it sounds like to me. I mean, but some people might be like, oh man, because I did hear some people say, oh, this sounds like this is a copy off the Zadokites, and I'm like, I don't want to get into that debate. It can be argued, but I'm like, well,
Now
I'm here, you guys. It's like I got to get ready for work. My students is coming in a couple hours. I'm glad we got to build on this. I learned a lot today, and I got a lot of stuff to study now. Yeah.
Oh, hey, Hallelujah. I want to give credit to Brother D, because he's been working on this topic, and he really wanted to bring it out, and you know what I mean. So credit to D. You know what I mean. Shout out to everybody listening, everybody willing to, what's the word? To really absorb the information and think on it. You know what I'm saying? Because we're not coming out with all this out of our own mouth. We didn't, all this is from different. I don't know how many sources we done brought out over this topic. So the Pope rules the world. Yes. You know what I'm saying? And his lineage of rule comes back to, goes all the way back to, Hellenistic transferences happening in the land. So, yeah, food for thought. I appreciate Brother Judah coming on and showing support. And yeah,
Always.
shalom to you, brothers and sisters. You know, Yahweh Akkad.
Yahweh Akkad. And shalom to Yerm Yahu,
Yahweh
who's Sister FSK, Mackenzie, Arthur Flea lined up, knocked off TV. There's somebody else that was in there. Who was? I'm sorry. You know, Brother Leo Courtney. I yeah.
Shalom. I'm my bad. I ain't even paying attention to the chat. The Shalom FSK.
Yes.
Shalom.
They took my channel down, FSK. Yeah, because of Lex Vortex. And look, only because he said that I hate so-called black women, and I was showing pictures of all my not all, but a lot of my ex-girls were sisters. Then he was like, he ain't even a so-called black. Then I showed my father. He's a so-called Negro with a big afro. And then I showed him with the, whatever. And then I showed my mother. And my mother is half Puerto Rican. But if you look at her, she just looks like a light-skinned sister. You know what I'm saying? Everybody saw it. And then I was like, Lex, we don't know what you are. Show your thing. And next thing you know, my channel got taken down. Even I went back to try to get my channel back again because I think my channel came back. And I think he flagged it again because they took it down twice. We woke up and saw that it came up and it got taken down again. So, you know, hey man, we got it, man. We fight against the Catholic Church. I'm not saying I'm an anti-Catholic Church. I'm just saying, like, yo, like if you listen to what Brother Z was talking about, you know, we're putting it all together. Like, yo, like, you know what I mean? Like, they were asking him all these personal questions that don't need to be shared if he's serving the Most High. In Torah Nights, I don't ask nobody. Nobody asks anybody what your. I mean, Z and Devion have their names up already. But even, let's say they came under another name, I wouldn't be like, hey, brother, what's your real name, brother? You know, I wouldn't ask any of that. I would just be like, yo, you know, like, okay, like I know Yerem Yahu David Ben Yakanan. I don't need to know his government name. Like,
right.
why would I need to know his government name for what? But these guys, a lot of these camps, I ain't saying all of them, but some of these camps, they're literally giving people their congregants names to the government, and you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's bad. Then Devion saying that, like, this one weirdo dude called his phone and Sister Kiana's phone, and he didn't give him the number.
It wasn't even just that. He put part of my dad's address, not email, like actual address, in your chat.
Bruh, these dudes is government, bro.
I was like, bro. First of all, I was like, yo, I was pissed off because that, you know what I'm saying, that's my stepdad. You know what I'm saying? Just like you putting, you know what I'm saying, you putting this information out there, bro. How'd you get that?
Government.
Yeah.
That dude said he was in Great Millstone and then like left or whatever. He might have like joined the group to collect some intel. Because that's what Killer B would do. Killer B would join every single group to get intel.
So it sounds like to me.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, we're not committing crimes, so you know we ain't
right.
We're not shooting guns. We're not robbing nobody. We're not committing violence. We're not preaching racism. So we ain't got nothing to worry about. We're just keeping the Torah. Even though I know the Torah is a weapon to the wicked ones, hey, we're just trying to live life right. That's all we're trying to do. That's it, you know?
That's facts.
So,
you know what I'm saying? Keep the Torah and give praises to Yahweh, you know what I'm saying, every day.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And make sure we stay focused and not be distracted by the, you know what I'm saying, ways of Babylon, man. Crazy.
Facts. All right, I'm gonna hop off, you guys. I got to get ready for work, but yeah, great lesson. I'm glad I learned it. Shout out to Brother Dayon for, you know, shout out to Brother Z, Mackenzie. Shout out to everybody. You know what I'm saying? It was a great show. It definitely picked my spirit up. I mean, I really don't care. After 9 accounts getting suspended or terminated, it's kind of like, I'm kind of used to, whatever. I'm used to it now. But I'm like, I'd be disappointed in our people. Well, we don't know what Lex is, but it's kind of like, my dude, if you're gonna call so-called black women ugly, you're going to make racist statements against Latinos and Hispanics. You're going to call white people animals. You're going to do all of this and do all of that and blah, 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 blah. And then I show you and expose you doing this, and I use the fair use, by the way. You're going to flag me? Like, okay, which is fine. Go ahead and flag me because that just shows you're weak. that you know they have nothing really to say. You know, he had nothing else to do but let's just flag his channel. It was I hurt his feelings, and as long as I keep hurting these wicked dudes' feelings, then I guess I'm on my job. So you know, all praise to Yahweh for that.
Hey, come praise Yahweh.
I mean, I just want to say that's some bullshit because I understand, like, at this point, you're probably used to it, but still, you know what I'm saying? That's just like, that's a lot of work that goes into everything. And people just being able to take that away from you, that's not fair at all. That's not fair, and that's not right. You know what I mean? It's like, they're just trying to bully people through, they're like the kid that always called on a teacher to tell on somebody. You know what I mean? It's like, no one likes that guy.
Yes. But then you would think that YouTube would have like some type of like content creator protection, and it's kind of like, no, you can flag anybody for anything, and they'll just listen to it. Well, especially us. Like I said, this is not just robots. Yeah, they got bots, but there are people who are watching. Like I said,
oh yeah, of course.
When there's beef tube and all the swearing and cursing and threatening and all the crazy stuff is going on. Well, I mean, wait, I'll be hearing some stuff where I'll be like, can y'all not say that on my channel? You know what I'm saying? Like, if y'all want to curse each other out, MF or blah, 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 okay, well, fine. But there'll be certain words, and I'm like, can you refrain from saying these words on my channel? You know what I'm saying? Because, right, like, they don't care. It's not their channel. They'll say some crazy mess. My channel get flagged, and they'll go off into another person's channel and kick it. And I'm like, bruh, like, I'll let you know, like, come on, man. Like, show some respect. Like, come on, man.
This happened a while ago, but they put quote unquote black Hebrew Israelites on the FBI watch list. So you know.
Oh yeah, apparently you remember that list that came out. Apparently we was on it for some reason.
Yeah, I have that, and it just says Torah Knights debate group, which I'm like, whew, as long as it doesn't matter, we're still on the list. And apparently they don't look at us just as a debate group. Notice vocab alone in them. Like remember what the Jesuit oath is. It says even if you have to act like that's your enemy. Right. Don't vocab Malone. If you watch Great Millstone and vocab Malone in them, I have the video of vocab Malone saying, yes, I work for the Jesuits.
Yep.
Right.
I forgot who was it. Right. Yeah. You played it. Yep.
But the video is up. The video where he says it's up. We don't need Rayaba. I know where the video is, and they go back and forth all the time with Great Millstone, and it's kind of like, wait a minute, bro. Like this is kind of suspicious. Like like these dudes are trying to act like they're enemies, but they're all like me and Great Millstone. They don't try to lie about it. They're like, yeah, man, like we got infiltrated. Like maybe they didn't get the bag because they call IUIC and them call Great Millstone the Bumalites because they don't have the fancy garments. They don't have the big mega churches, the airplanes and all that or whatever. So maybe Tahar messed up and didn't get the bag. Well, not messed up, but you know what I'm saying? Like maybe he didn't take the bag because they're clearly different from the rest of the other camps. They're not making money like that.
And I feel, and I will say too, GMS, I see them speak out the most about like what's going on. Cause like, I'll be on BitChute, it'll be a GMS channel. I'm like, okay, I see y'all on BitChute. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
And they're on Rumble.
And you know what I'm saying? They do be talking about like what's going on in the world. You know what I'm saying? And but yeah, I will say they probably like stick up for more. You know what I'm saying? Or trying to keep the people aware of stuff that's what's going on. But I mean, they still be talking about Jesus, though. You know what
I'm saying? They still got that Jesuit in them, and two, they do act mad weird. Like I said, I've literally asked Tahar a question. He acts like first off he knows because one day when he mentioned my name, Alazar hit me up. Was like, "Yo, Tahar mentioned your name," and I'm like, oh, "Okay, whatever." Like, let me see if he's talking crap. And I went over there, and he wasn't really talking crap. He was like, Judah Natazara with the Moabite wife. I'm like, wait, y'all doctrine need to get straight. I thought she was an Ammonite. Like, come on, man, like get y'all doctrine together. You know what I'm saying? But so they clearly know. But what do? They get quiet, and they have to realize when you get quiet like that and you shut down, then you look suspicious because it's gonna like you working for somebody, you're not allowed to speak. That's like somebody who's a Freemason and you ask them, hey, brother, let's debate Freemasonry versus the Torah. They're not going to do it because they're not allowed.
It's like pleading the fifth.
Yeah. They're not. They can't do it. I mean, there's a reason why they can't do it. It ain't because they don't want to. They can't. So why is he can go all day along with a dude who admitted he's a Jesuit, that he was hired by them.
Yeah. Did you see? I don't know if you saw it earlier, but I was playing like the documentary of different people who was like former Jesuits and people who like had high positions and like state, you know what I'm saying, political positions, even Abraham Lincoln. And basically, he was saying like Abraham Lincoln was like the Civil War wouldn't have happened unless it had helped. Hold on, how do you say it? He was like the Civil War wouldn't have happened unless it wasn't for the push of the Jesuits for the war. Pretty much what he was saying. Yeah. Oh, hold on. You gonna make me play it again? I'm telling you. Hey, this documentary is like it's people who are Freemasons, Masons. It's just a documentary of people talking about the Jesuits, the Pope, you know, and Rome, and it's quotes from different people who was Jesuits. Okay, I can't speak. Who was Jesuits? Oh, let me see. I wrote the timestamp down on my notes. Oh, damn, what do my notes? Oh, hold on, yeah, let me go to the. Can y'all see it? Oh, yes, yeah,
yes. If you want to remember that, if you want the volume, you got to hit that little button on the.
Oh yeah. There we go.
On the left, the little small button.
Right here. Oh yeah, it's already checked.
The square.
I think the timestamp 1930s. 19. Oh, we're back too far.
And noted Catholic convert and ask of democracy.
Oh damn! I can't get. I'm trying to get in the right spot. Going too far.
And priests.
I'm just gonna play it right here.
If the Catholic Church becomes predominant here, Protestants will all be exterminated. Abraham Lincoln, 1809 to 1865, 16th President of the United States of America. This war, the American Civil War, 1860 to 1865, would never have been possible without the sinister influence of the Jesuits. We owe it to Popery that we now see our land reddened with the blood of her noblest sons.
Hey, wow. That's what Abraham Lincoln said. And then it's another guy who talks about one of the ways that they get rid of people is assassination, and how they assassinated Abraham Lincoln.
Yes, and JFK, but yes.
Yep.
Though there were great differences of opinion between the South and North on the question of slavery, neither Jeff Davis nor any one of the leading men of the Confederacy would have dared to attack the North had they not relied on the promise of the Jesuits that under the mask of democracy, the money and the arms of the Roman Catholics, even the arms of France, were at their disposal if they would attack us.
Hey, you know what I'm saying? It's under the mask of the democracy, which is the same thing we see now.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much.
Wow, bro, this is so deep, man. Isn't it? Yo, man, my praise to you, how it's. I mean,
hey, praise you, how.
That's why I'm not even like mad. I told I last night, I was like, you know what, man, maybe Yahweh was like trying to like tell me something, like, you know, maybe, you know, like we like literally, like, you know, if people don't know the Torah now, from, you know, if they haven't been paying attention, then it wasn't meant for them to know. But for those who were meant to know the Torah and Yahweh only, You know, like, and I ain't talking about like that weirdo dude talking about Yahweh only, but he's over here stalking people and doing all that weird government stuff, right? Because I ain't nothing but an agent, straight up. How come on, man? Like, this dude's like putting in work, stalking you, bro. First off, that's Yag, and then second off, this is if it's not Yag, it's agent. So, man, it's yo, you know, I got to address this. You know, I got some questions for Alazar and these guys. I do. I'm sorry. I'm like, brother, I ain't about to talk. You know, these dudes be, oh man, Alazar's half white. I don't care about none of that, brother. Why did you give my number to the government, brother? That's all I want to know.
That's fact. And I mean, hey, I don't think he's gonna say nothing. He's probably gonna try to avoid.
He's not. You know, he's not gonna say anything because he can't. You know, they'll probably off him because you remember. I mean, and I'm not talking bad about his brother, but I specifically remember Alazar looking broke and tore down. He had shoes that was leaning to one side. And now to see him now, he's got a clothing company. He's got like 8 albums. You know, they getting album deals. They're on talk shows, whatever. Bro, wait a minute. I've been doing this for like almost 30 years. Like, I have yet to see freaking Adam 22 reach out or Vlad TV or anybody. Hey, Judah Nazareth, why don't you in the tour? We can barely get on HOK, which I ain't talking about it, but you know, we're hearing rumors that there possibly some FBI stuff going on there. I'm not saying that it's yet true or not. I don't know. But this is even Lex Vortex said that in the video where he's talking trash about Saw Netter. He's like, the reason why Saw Netter tells people to turn their cameras on is because they got to get the FBI to get their face. And I'm like, I'm listening, I'm hearing that, and I'm like, well, you know, I don't know. But I'm like, I know one thing. Hearing the camps and all of them too, and then hearing Z, and then listening to Trey Tell's testimony, and then listening to Adara's testimony, like, yo, some of these dudes is where I'm not saying that they actually are part of, you know, if they're not Jesuits, then they definitely are useful idiots for the Jesuits. And they report back to whoever is telling them, whatever. And it's a reason why certain people don't mess with us because they know we're not a part of the Brotherhood of Death.
Yo, I should have played that part too. It was another part in the video. I forgot who said it, but he was like, yeah, basically like the Jesuits, they pledge their allegiance to the Pope, and they have to like, what did it say? It basically was saying like, they're spies for the Pope and the Pope's bodyguard, and they make themselves useful in any circumstance. You know what I'm saying? They make themselves useful in any circumstance, and they have to, you know, conduct them ways according to the Pope. And they act as spies.
So there you go. So that's what I'm saying. These dudes came to my channel on my backup. Oh, Jesus Nazareth is talking about some agents. Yeah, because y'all some agents. Like, y'all move funny. You know, like, come on, man. Like, what you like? Just you know, if you're not, come on, man. The wicked flee. Sometimes the wicked just be hiding. What are you hiding for?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. What are you hiding for? Why are you just talking trash behind an account? But no one sees you. You don't teach anything. And you're supporting dudes that we know are compromised. But man, it is what it is, man. You know what I mean? Maybe I hope that I wish people would become more to Rumble, but they just won't do it, man. I don't know if it's the bots got people mind controlled, that people have to stay on YouTube. But YouTube is fine, but this shouldn't be like our only outlet, because this could easily turn out like MySpace. People might just get tired of the foolishness that YouTube is doing. And it's foolishness.
Yeah, that's definitely facts. Because after me and Kiana saw that video where she was like, murder, I abort babies and this and rapping about it, I'm like, yo, man.
See,
they not, man. So I don't like them like YouTube shorts. Kiana was on YouTube, and it was just a video of like this young girl just like twerking. It's like Kiana was like, yo, what am I watching? Crazy, man. And then even like her her niece no, she like, what is it, like 4, 5, she know how to use a phone and take TikToks. So Kiana mom like they saw some videos that the little girl was posting on TikTok of her like twerking and dancing, and we was like, yo, like what? Where your mama? You know what I'm saying?
Where's TikTok? Because Kanye West's daughter North is like 9, and TikTok said that she was too young to be on there. So if this little girl's doing all that, TikTok need to be. Listen, TikTok is Chinese, and they don't even allow TikTok in China. Their TikTok is totally different than what TikTok we get here in America. Totally different.
That's facts. Because the TikTok here, all you gonna see is, you know what I'm saying, doing some weird dances, which is probably some type of ritual or some shit. Just some weird dances, some weird music, people twerking, man, niggas just doing weird stuff.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? In China, I heard they have like they be like teaching stuff on there. They be like,
it's educational. Yes.
Yeah,
there's
and
educational.
they trying to get rid of TikTok here because a lot of people don't know this. When you download TikTok on your phone, China has all your information plus anybody information who you contact. So say if you know what I'm saying, you get a phone call, now they can track whoever called you. If you text somebody, they can now look into the other person's phone that you text. Like, I mean, it's crazy. That's why they're trying to get it banned.
See? And I'm not even mad at that. My daughters be looking. I'm not sure if they're looking at TikTok. I know, but like my oldest daughter, I'd be like talking to her, or like we had company over the other day, right? And somebody's mother was like asking my daughter a question. My daughter's face was stuck to the smartphone, and I was like, "Poochie," and she looked at me like, "Nani," like I'm like bothering her or something. I'm like, "Yo, this lady's talking to you, fool. Put that thing down." Like it's like they're like brainwashed. My daughter's like strange now. She just hangs out in her room with her friends. They watch this old weird stuff on her, whatever. She's not social anymore, and she's acting real weird. And I keep telling I'm like, yo, you need to get her off of these devices and to do something, because like she's being socially programmed. Straight up, my daughter's like weird now.
No, that's definitely facts, because we be watching our nephews, Luca and Kai. Man, I'm telling you, they have the Nintendo Switch. They just be on a Nintendo Switch all day. Or Luca be on his tablet. He know how to pick his own shows and what he want to watch. And I'm like, yo, like, me and Kiana tell him, we be like, hey man, yo, we finna put y'all to work. Y'all finna do some chores or some dishes or something. Y'all finna draw, or you know what I'm saying, y'all finna learn how to play the piano or something. Cause y'all ain't just finna be on these tablets all day. But I ain't gonna lie, bro. They be my nerves. We be like, man, if you don't sit down, you want your tablet?
I feel like throwing them in a creek sometimes.
Yeah, no, yeah,
or
definitely.
flushing them. I'm just like, this is ridiculous. Like I don't mind if you. And some of their friends, their moms will let them like use their smartphone for like a little bit, an hour or two, or whatever. Yo, our kids. Well, I don't really mind. She's in playing Nintendo 64 because it's kind of helping with his like, mental skill. He's like figuring out problems. These games are like he's figuring out problems and things or whatever. So we're like, okay, this is not pure entertainment and stupidity. But the girls, they're just watching, I'm like, what? I'm like, what is this? And then when you talk to them, they act like you're like bothering them, like you just called their name like 10 times. You could be like, my daughter's, Nahara, we call her Poochie. I'll be like, Poochie, what? Nani. And I'd be looking at her like, yo, what are you talking about, Nani? I just called you once. But I'm like, I'd be looking at I'd be like, yo, man, it's that smartphone. But of course, I don't say nothing because she'd be on the computer just as much as them. So, but let me hop off of here, man. I'm about to get ready for work, y'all.
I can't. Hey, but we appreciate you coming on, Judah. You know
of course.
What I'm saying? And Con, and you know what I'm saying? You always welcome.
Thank you. Y'all always on my channel, so I hope I can come over here.
Oh yeah, for sure. You know what I'm saying? It's tour nice.
Yeah. So, I'm glad to learn something new. I'm glad because I be reading my Dead Sea Scrolls and a lot, and I'm like, man, I be wanting to do lessons and stuff, but like, it's like you said, it's hard when you have a new channel because you get the people act like your subscribers that you had from your old channel just come. No, half the time they can't find you. Or they don't even know. Like you saw people in the chat, they're like, "Your channel's down." They don't even know.
Yeah.
Man, my bad. I know you gotta go. Last thing I want to say, one of the videos that we posted like a while ago, like when we first came on YouTube, that video got over like 9,000 views. But it's like, you know what I'm saying? We make videos now, like you get like 300, 200. You know what I'm
Not
saying?
even. We'll get like 90, 80.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's not even about the views, but it's like, damn, like, you know what I'm saying?
I saw the video. I was like, wow. Like I saw the views. I think I told like, yo, like they got a video on there. It's got crazy numbers. I think the highest I got was like 72,000. It was when Kanika Jenkins got thrown in that freezer in Chicago or something.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
But that video was like 5 minutes long, and it was like 72,000 views. And that's the highest I ever got. But yeah, I did see you guys that video, and I was like, wow, that's pretty darn good. You know, so but no, I mean, to a point, it is about views, not all the time. You know, but you know, because it can be, you know, some dumb content, and then you get a lot of views for stupidity. But that video you guys made wasn't about nothing, wasn't no folly. So for it to get that many views, I was like, okay, that's what's up. You know, like I'm not a hater. You know, I'm like that's what's up.
I was surprised because like usually you get that many views, you get people from all walks of life in the comments saying this, saying that. But it's like it's mostly liked and it's mostly commented positively about. And we made that when we were like back. You know what I'm saying? Like when we were just starting in this, and we were like super. Yeah. You know when you first get into, you're like super passionate and you got a lot of energy and all this. And it's like when I look back at it, it's like it kind of it makes me feel a certain way that video has so many views, and that was us before we had a better understanding per se. And it's like like the brother D said, our modern videos that we have, you know what I mean? It's like they don't get as much traction. I don't know why, but
the bots and YouTube, they don't want whatever y'all talking about. They don't want. They have an agenda. They want everybody mind controlled, stupid, dumbed down, and whatever. And we over here teaching people to think, to critical thinking, and think for themselves. They're not trying to hear that. I remember Mike G. When my big channel went down from Chris Harris and Killer B and them, Mike G was like, "You ain't getting that channel back." And it was sadly, it was true. It was just too much information on there. You know, they're looking at it like, nah, we don't want the people to learn nothing. Here, put this little Nas X out. Keep pumping that. You know, little Uzi Vert and you know, Doja Cat. You know, all that foolishness.
Oh, man.
Celebrity gossip.
I ain't even gonna say nothing about her, man. And none of them, man. Them niggas, bro, bugged out.
I know, bro. I saw it.
Yeah. And you got a song talking about I'm a cow moo. Look at, bro.
What?
Yeah, that's how Doja Cat got famous.
Oh damn.
She made a song called "I'm a Cow Moo."
Jeez, man.
And then, yeah. Hey, but on that note, hey, I'm gonna tell everybody, don't make no dumbass song like that.
Right. I think I'm about to get my thing soon. My because I is like one of the biggest BSers in the world. I'm gonna be like, yo, you know, we got download GarageBand and whatever. She's like, well, I don't know how to. Well, we're gonna figure it out. You know, I'm like, come on, man. And you know, things are just going down. And you know what, too? Like, oh man, you know, people, we need some good stuff. Everything is bad. Everything, the economy, hip hop is actually doing pretty good. Like the quality. I'm not saying the sales, but people underground people who are really about the music, it's pretty good. But you know, the industry is not paying attention to the real stuff. They're trying to push Doja Cat and China Doll and such a little rapper, 22 G's and all these idiots. And they're like, this is not hip hop. Little Pump and all that foolishness. These people are not hip hop. These are agenda rappers. They're not MCs. You know what I'm saying? So
booty bandits.
What they call them industry plants.
Yeah, come on, man.
Plant. Yeah.
You letting anybody, you know what I'm saying, interfere with your body in any sort of way for you to get a record deal. That's, man, come on now.
You know that did you hear about that rapper that got his eyeballs tattooed?
Who?
I'm telling you, it's another generic industry plant that got his eyeballs tattooed. I think his name is 22 GZ.
Wow.
And then Doja Cat got like her CLITORIS with a jewel on it or glitter or something. Like, yo,
And
like
the dude Lil Uzi, he had like $1 million diamond in his head.
Yes.
Had a concert.
Somebody took it.
Well, that's what he get. If you're gonna spend that much money, yo, you know how much these dudes? Well, you know they can't do nothing for our people. That's the thing.
That's what I'm always saying. Most of these dudes in our community who are influencers or who have any type of power are in bed with these weirdos.
Yeah, and they can't do anything for our people. They can't.
Yeah.
I've seen Jay-Z and them. I love Jay-Z's music, some of it, but I'm like, yo, why these dudes going to Africa to get what? Yo, we got starving, suffering people here in America of your own people. Like, bro, you're from Marcy Projects in Brooklyn. Why don't you go there and you're a billionaire? You can do something. You know, I ain't saying he hasn't, but you can do a lot more. Like, yo, those people over there can take care of their people over there. Like, why are people always got to help other people instead of ourselves? Why?
Hey, that could be a part of that oath too. That could be a part of that oath.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, like you know, you can't do nothing for your own people. So,
because I mean, like you can compare that to the camps. Man. You know, they take more. Ah, dang, Jeremiah, we just gonna hop off this mud.
Well, I gotta go. I gotta get ready for work. But shout out to brother Jeremiah's.
Come on, shalom, Jeremiah. Here, I'm gonna drop the link, but I will. We was about to hop off because it's almost 12.
Yeah, it's getting late. I was just about to hop off.
All right. Well, I'll catch you brothers in a little bit. Shalom, y'all.
All right, shalom, Judah.
Shalom, Shalom.
Yahweh.
Hey, wait, Z.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Let Mackenzie get on some more vocals, brother. Come on, brother. Come on, brother. Come on, brother.
It ain't me. It's her decisions.
All right. Let's make sure. All right. I'm like, look, I got to.
But I mean, like, it's not like we don't talk about it. You know what I mean? It's not like we don't, fiddle with the idea. You know what I'm saying? Just give us some more time. You know what I mean?
All right. Sounds good. Yeah, no problem. All right. Shout out to you guys and shalom to you guys. Shout out to everybody. Y'all stay safe and keep your eyes open for these agents because they out here. Listen,
exactly.
Bob Marley said the devil don't never take time off. He put in mandatory overtime. So stay vigilant.
Hey, facts though. That's facts though. You know what I'm saying? The sons of light against the sons of darkness.
Facts. All right, y'all. Shalom. How well, you guys?
Shalom.
You know what I'm saying? And with that, you know what I'm saying? Torah Knights, Mafaya. You know what I'm saying? From the mouth of Yah. You know what I'm saying? Keep the commandments, keep the Torah. You know what I'm saying? The Torah Knights, we still here. You know what I'm saying? Niggas be trying to knock us down. Niggas been terminated, you know what I'm saying, through the channel. And Torah Knights still here. And that's all praise to Yahweh. So with that, say shalom. We out.
Shalom.